नहीं put that one put that thank you Wait, did you have a volunteer? It's okay. Oh, sorry.
She studied environment, geological and conservation sciences. Okay. Do we just go in?
please request you all to start seating. Come inside, please. Sari Sangat Jiri Bhava, Jinani registration complete Kartiya. Please to see, will take your seats. So, see, time se shuru kariye. Already it's 2 o'clock. We want to keep time. Please, Jerry Tari, my friends are outside. And go under Rajan, Tibajan. We'd like to start on time. Thank you. वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह प्लीज अंदर आके बैठ जो ਅਸੀਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਿਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦੋਸਤ ਮਿੱਤਰਾਂ को अंदर आ जाए and I've got a very unique looking chabi किसी ने चाबी anyone has lost a key please come and look for us we have a very unique looking okay. We'd like to start the program on time please come and get seated as soon as possible
Hold there. Create line. Create here. Yes? Create line. One other say hi. Hold there. Hold there. Just come,
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਸੀਟਸ ਲੈ ਲਓ। ਆਫ ਕੋਰਸ ਹਾਈ ਟੇਬਲ ਵਾਲੇ ਵਿਲ ਬੀ ਐਸਕੋਰਟਡ। ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਸੀਟਸ ਆਰ ਐਮਟੀ। ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਕਮ ਫॉरवर्ड ਆਣ ਕੇ ਬੈਠ ਜਾਓ। If you have any of your friends or relatives outside still having a small bite or something or registration, please ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ encourage ਕਰੋ ਕਿ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਬੈਠ ਜਾਣ so that ਅਸੀਂ time से program ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰੀਏ। Chief guest is almost here and we will start the formalities soon. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. We are ready to begin. Sare apni apni seats le lo, please. Anybody outside, please feel free. Sare chief guest aa gaye hain. I hope all of you picked up a hamper. There's a goodie bag. In the goodie bag there's some crisps and some water and all that to keep you going. Okay. मैं चाहती हूँ कि तुसी सारे be upstanding so that we can welcome the chief guest. ते उस तो बाद अरदास होगी. Please सारे खड़े हो जाओ and let's welcome this afternoon's chief guest, Sardani Mrs. Mandeep Kaur Son. Welcome, chief guest. Let's have a round of applause. Sardani Mandeep Kaur Son currently serves as the vice chairperson of the Sikh Women's Society and is the founder of G Designs, a fashion brand that reflects her love for culture, design, and empowerment. She is joined by several other dignitaries and guests who I would like to acknowledge. Sikh Council Africa chairperson Jaswinder Singh Karyal is with us. Vice Chair Sukhwinder Singh Sandhu of Sri Gurudwara Ramgarhia Youth Association is here. Dr. Ravinder Singh Matharu, Trustee of PARB and Sikh Council Vice Chair is here. Sare, keep upstanding. I would like Gyanji to come forward and do the ardas so that we can get started with the program.
बोलना जी वाहिगुरु 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 तीने तापने बार हारा दुख हंता सुखदास नाको बिगड़न को लागे झांकी प्रभागे अरदास एक ओंकार वाहिगुरु जी की फतह श्री भगवती जी सहाय बार श्री भगवती जी की पातशाही दसवीं प्रथम भगवती सिमर कै गुरु नानक नहीं ते आए फिर अंदर बुद्धि अरदास रामदास हरि सहाय अर्जन हर गोविंद नाम सिमरो श्री हर राय श्री हर कृष्ण ते आइए जिस मिठा शब्द जाए तेरे बहादुर सिमरे करनो निदावे धाय सत्थाई हुए सहाय दसवें पातशाह श्री गुरु गोबिंद सिंह साहिब जी सत्थाई हुए सहाय दसां पातशाहियां दी जोत श्री गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी दे पाठ दीदार दा ध्यान धर के बोलो जी वाहिगुरु हे निमानियां दे मान नितानियां दे तान रोटियां दी ओ सच्चे पिता वाहिगुरु जी ओ ऐस वेले आप जी दे हजूर अरदास बेनती जो जी है आप जी दे महान वाखान कीता लोड़िए कम सो हर पै रख के कारज दे सवार सतगुर सत्संग जी दे महान वाक अनुसार दाता पिता जी ओ रामगढ़िया यूथ एसोसिएशन ਅਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗੁਰਮਤਿ ਪਾਠਸ਼ਾਲਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖੀ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਹਿਤ ਸੈਮੀਨਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਦਾਤਾ ਪਿਤਾ ਜੀਓ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਜੀ ਸਮੂਹ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਸਮੂਹ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਮਿਹਰ ਭਰਿਆ ਹੱਥ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਬਖਸ਼ੇ ਜੀ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖੀ ਜੀਵਨ ਬਖਸ਼ਣੇ ਕਾਮਯਾਬੀਆਂ ਬਖਸ਼ਣੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਹ ਕਾਰਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਆਰੰਭ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਆਗਿਆ ਬਖਸ਼ਣੀ ਜੀ अखर वादा घाटा भुज माफ करनी सर्वाधे कात नाश करने से प्यारे मेर जिना मिलिया तेरा नाम चिंतावे नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे भाने सर्वत भला वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
You may take your seats. I'd like to call upon the Guru Nanak Gurmat Pathshala children to start coming up on stage so that they can do a wonderful rendition of Deshiva. In the meantime, I think I'll take the time to make my introduction. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Harleen Kaur Jabal. Proud to be a Kaur, also in business, in the business of empowerment. I'm currently serving as the CEO of an organization known as United Asian Network. Also the board member of Asian Women Network, where Sikh Women Society women are very much present in Kaurs in business. Thank you for your support. And we're looking forward to doing more projects with the Ramgarhia Youth Association, which definitely is an exemplary organization that's setting a trend. RYA is a dedicated subcommittee of the East Africa Ramgarhia Board, which is the largest Sikh institution in East Africa by membership. I think let me give them some space. Everybody, let's give them good support. Round of applause as we kick off today's very important function.
One minute, breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. Ready? Hats together. Settle down. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Shiva
think सारे प्यारे गुरु गोबिंद सिंह जी ने कितनी सोनी literature, if I want to call it in English sometimes, he has emphasized so much on protection, and I think that was so sweet. Ajkal the time with the news headlines saying children are missing. I mean, one data was saying 23 children go missing per day in Kenya. So when you have them singing that from their heart, it just gives you shivers down your spine. Okay, our gurus had envisioned so much just to give that holding hand in the tough times ahead. So, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, and welcome to what has taken, from what I have been told, almost a year to put together. This has not been an easy task for the team, and I know they will delve in it more. Sikhi Simplified is going to be a guided introspection. It is an attempt to help you understand and take it home what you can by the Ramgarhia Youth Association in conjunction with Guru Nanak Gurmat Pathshala. I mean, if I told you, "Hune, ek second vaste, akha band karke, tusi socho, jado you were just a little baby or growing up, who held your hand, mummy or papa?" Let me not take a vote. There might be sides over here, but Khoj is at the heart of all of it. At the end of the day, asi apa inner reflection or search nahi karenge, te basically ChatGPT to answers ta mil jayenge. But at the end of the day, tada answer kiya, tada personal question kiya. So in Gurbani, Khoj is translating to a deep, intentional search or spiritual exploration. We have this afternoon lined up excellent speakers whom you know or who you have interacted with, or it's going to be a surprise for you. Maybe they are going to tell you something you've never heard of before, or clarify a doubt in your mind. Guru Nanak Dev Ji reminds us the power of the practice of Khoj in the Guru Granth Sahib says, "Khoji upjay badi binsai." The seeker, the explorer, flourishes and grows, while the argumentative wrangler is destroyed. However, questions will be allowed today. So I urge you to follow the program, keep an eye on technology. There will be the use of QR code at some point. Your questions are very important to us, and I'm sure all the panelists and speakers will do their very best to answer to the knowledge that they also have been searching for. So basically, to get started with today, to be a Sikh literally means to be a learner and a student. Let us open our minds today to question, to listen, and to reflect. I hope also, and I know the team hopes also, that may this seminar be the start of a deeper Khoj for each one of us, simplifying the vast wisdom of Sikhi into practical, real life applications. And no better than our elders to start off with a message of gratefulness, and to kick off the event, I would like to call the Vice President of East African Ramgarhia Board, Mr. Maninder Singh Jallu, to give his remarks as we move on to the next step of the program. Uncle Ji, please come, let's have your remarks.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Our chief guest today, Mrs. Mandeep Kaur Sawant, esteemed members of the Sangat, the Ramgarhia Youth Association, representatives of Guru Nanak Gurmat Pathshala, all distinguished guests, elders, and especially our youth gathered here today. My warm greetings to all of you, all protocols observed. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you this afternoon Our President, Sardar Surinder Singh Sira, is currently overseas on prior commitments and is unable to be with us today. He sends us his felicitations and greetings. On behalf of the President, trustees, the Executive Committee and the entire East African Ramgarhia Board, I extend a very special welcome and sincere appreciation to our Chief Guest, Mrs. Mandeep Kaur Song, for taking the time to join us today. Your presence adds great value to this important gathering, and we are grateful for your continued support and commitment towards youth development, education and community engagement. We look forward to benefiting from your insights and experience. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to Sikhi Simplified, a guided introspection. On behalf of the East African Ramgarhia Board, I commend the Ramgarhia Youth Association for taking the initiative to create this platform for meaningful dialogue, reflection and learning. While I bring greetings and best wishes from our President, I am personally delighted to witness such a strong turnout of young people eager to learn, question and engage with their faith. Seeing this enthusiasm gives me great confidence in the future of our community and reinforces the importance of programs such as this. Today's event is more than just a program. It is an opportunity for us to pause and reflect on who we are, what we stand for, and how the timeless teachings of Guru Nanak Dev Ji and all the Sikh Gurus can guide us in navigating the challenges of modern life. Our faith was never intended to be complicated or distant. The essence of Sikhi is beautifully simple: to remember the Creator, to earn an honest living, and to share with others. Yet, in an increasingly fast-paced and digital world, many young people find themselves searching for clarity, purpose, and belonging. Events such as this provide an environment where questions can be asked openly, experiences can be shared honestly, and understanding can be deepened collectively. I am particularly encouraged by the presentation of the Sikh Youth Survey results. Listening to the voices of our youth is essential. Their aspirations, concerns, challenges, and expectations should inform how we as a community move forward. The future of our institutions, our gurdwaras, and indeed our panth depend on how effectively we engage, support, and empower the next generation. The theme of introspection is especially relevant today. True growth begins with self-reflection. Guru Sahib teaches us to look within, to assess our actions, our thoughts, and our connection with Vaheguru. As Guru Nanak Dev Ji reminds us, Man jite jag jeet. Conquer your mind and you conquer the world. The greatest battles we face are often not with others, but within ourselves, against ego, distraction, doubt, and complacency. When we gain mastery over our minds and align ourselves with Guru Sahib's teachings, we become capable of making a positive impact on our families, our communities, and society. Introspection is therefore not about criticism. It is about awareness, understanding, and continuous improvement. As we engage in discussions and the question and answer session today, I encourage everyone to participate with openness and respect. Let us create a space where different perspectives are welcomed and where learning is mutual. Some of the most valuable lessons emerge not from having all the answers, but from having the courage to ask the right questions. To our youth, I would like to say this: you are not merely the future of our community, you are its present. Your ideas, talents, energy and leadership are needed today. Stay connected to your roots, but do not be afraid to think critically. Innovate and contribute meaningfully to society. The principles of Sikhi are not barriers to progress. They are foundations that enable us to progress with integrity, compassion, and purpose. I would also like to place on record our sincere appreciation to the debug team for sharing their knowledge, experiences, and insights with us today. This is to Gyani Ravinder Singh Ji, Amritpal Singh Rajbans, Govind Singh, Kuljit Singh Rupra, and Jaskiran Kaur Matharu, who have each contributed uniquely to this program by helping simplify important aspects of Sikhi and making them relevant to the challenging questions and share personal perspectives that embodies the spirit of learning and seva. On behalf of the East African Ramgarhia Board and the wider Sangha, we thank them for their time, dedication and commitment to inspiring the next generation of Sikhs. I would also like to acknowledge the dedicated volunteers, organizers, educators and mentors who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. Your commitment to nurturing the next generation reflects the spirit of seva that lies at the heart of our faith. As we gather here in fellowship, let us reaffirm our commitment to strengthening our understanding of Sikhi, fostering unity within our community, and creating opportunities for our youth to thrive. Let this not be a one-day conversation, but the beginning of an ongoing journey of learning, engagement, and spiritual growth. May today's discussions inspire reflection, strengthen our connection to Guru Sahib's teachings, and motivate us to apply these teachings to our daily lives. As Guru Sahib Ji blesses us, Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Pane Sarpada Kala. May we remain in Chardi Kala, guided by the Guru's wisdom, and always work towards the welfare and well-being of all. I once again extend my appreciation to the Ramgarhia Youth Association, the Guru Nanak Gurmat Pathshala, the organizers, volunteers, parents, and all members of the Sangha who have contributed their time and effort to make this event a success. Thank you all for your presence and participation. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
I think we can do better than that. Thank you, Vice President. Another round of applause. He set the pace. I heard something about survey results. They're going to change the perspective. I heard about being into personal introspection. I heard him say thank you to the speakers upcoming and so much more. And by the way, for your knowledge, I would also like to acknowledge that we have a national audience for the very first time. We have Sangat who has come from Mombasa, Thika, Meru, and Kisumu. Nairobi welcomes you. Thank you so much. Also, former chairpersons and trustees and the Secretary of East Africa Ramgarhia Board, I can also see you. Mr. Sira, thank you all for coming. And now, they say ladies first. Well, we're not too far behind. We have to allow our chief guest to make her remarks, but before she does that, we have a small ceremony. We'd like to present her with a bouquet. And may I call upon from the Ramgarhia Youth Association, Mrs. Baljeet Kaur Gahir, Mrs. Kiran Kaur Chana, and Ms. Tina Mandu to please do the honors for our chief guest, Sardani Mandeep Kaur Son. Sardani Mrs. Mandeep Kaur Son was born in Kenya and brought up in Punjab, India. She pursued her studies in fashion and textile design in Birmingham, combining her passion for creativity with a strong commitment to community service. And I've mentioned before, she is currently the Vice Chairperson of Sikh Women's Society and the founder of G Designs. She's a strong believer in women's empowerment, and she's particularly passionate about ensuring that sanitary pads are easily accessible to all women and girls. In fact, that was my first meeting with Mandeep when we had a meeting about course in business, and Mandeep was in the audience talking about this very sensitive matter to empower the women and girls. She's also guided by the belief that no child should ever go to sleep hungry, and continues to support humanitarian efforts that uplift vulnerable communities. So Mandeep is a devoted believer in Vaheguru and strives to live by the Sikh values of seva, compassion and humility. She's currently working on introducing DECI, or Devgan Education Charity International, which is a USA-based initiative that supports bright and talented children whose families are unable to afford the resources and needed to pursue their educational dreams. The project is still in its early stages in Kenya, but she's definitely trying to make a difference. Finally, and I believe it's a principle for many, but I believe she holds it dear to herself when she says, Man niva mat uchi. Stay humble, think high, serve others with an open heart. Let's give a round of applause for our chief guest to make her remarks.
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਹਰਲੀਨ। आओ सारे मिल के गुर फतेह की सांझ पाइए। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह। सब तो पहला मैं अज के इवेंट पे सच्चे पातशाह वाहिगुरु जी का शुकराना करना चाहती हाँ कि सानू सारिਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਹੋਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਆ। फिर मैं दिलों धन्यवाद करती हाँ RYA, ईस्ट अफ्रीकन रामगढ़िया बोर्ड ਅਤੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰਮਤ ਪਾਠਸ਼ਾਲਾ ਦਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਚੀਫ ਗੈਸਟ ਵਜੋਂ ਸੱਦ ਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਮਾਣ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਆ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਵਧਾਈ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਯੂਥ ਲਈ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਣ ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨ ਲਈ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਅਤੇ ਵੱਡਾ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਸਿੱਖੀ Simplified, a guided introspection forum ਵਿੱਚ ਚੀਫ ਗੈਸਟ ਹੋਣਾ मेरे लिए बहुत मान ਅਤੇ खुशी की गल है। साडे बुजुर्ग कहते हैं सिक्खी कंडियां तो तिखी ते खंड तो मिठी है। सिक्खी का राह हमेशा आसान नहीं हुंदा, पर जे असी गुरु साहिब जी दे दस्ते मार्ग के चलिए तां जीवन विच एहजी मिठास, संतोख ਅਤੇ हौसला आउंदा है जो दुनिया की कोई भी दौलत नहीं दे सकती। सानू सारे को पता है कि आज के यूथ बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस का सामना कर रहे हैं। सोशल मीडिया, पीयर प्रैशर, स्टडीज़, डिप्रैशन ਅਤੇ ਕਰੀਅਰ ਦੀਆਂ चिंतावां करके वो अपने मूल ਅਤੇ अपनी पहचान तो दूर होते जा रहे हैं। इसलिए यह ਜਿਹੇ फोरम्स बहुत ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹਨ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਨਾਲ ਅਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜ ਸਕਣ, ਆਪਣੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛ ਸਕਣ ਅਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਹਿਚਾਣ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ। ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਹਰ ਯੂਥ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੁਐਸਚਨਸ, ਸਵਾਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਪੁੱਛੋ। ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ, ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਜਿਗਿਆਸਾ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਪੁੱਛੋ। ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਣ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਧਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡਿੰਗ ਹੋਰ ਡੂੰਘੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਸਪੀਕਰਸ ਅਤੇ ਪੈਨਲਿਸਟ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਵਧਾਈ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੀਮਤੀ ਸਮਾਂ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਗਿਆਨ ਅਤੇ ਤਜਰਬਾ, ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਯੂਥ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਣਾ ਅਸੈਪਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਪੈਰੈਂਟਸ ਅਤੇ ਯੂਥ ਦੋਵਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਸੰਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਬਟ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੰਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸਿਸ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਹਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ 50% ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਗੈਸਟ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਐਪ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਡੋਲਿੰਗੋ। ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਐਪ ਆਪਣੇ ਫੋਨ 'ਤੇ ਡਾਊਨਲੋਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਕਰੋਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਤਾਂ ਸਕਰੋਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਆਈ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਵਾਓ ਵੈਰੀ ਨਾਈਸ, ਅੱਛਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਡੁਓਲਿੰਗੋ ਤੇ। ਸੌਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸ ਦਵਾਂ, ਡੁਓਲਿੰਗੋ ਇੱਕ ਐਪ ਆ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਸਕਰੋਲ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਤਮਿਲ ਆਇਆ, ਤੇਲਗੂ ਆਈ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਫਿਰ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਹੋਊਗੀ। ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਸਕਰੋਲ ਕਰੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਤੇ ਆਈ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਕੱਲੀ ਪੋਰਚੁਗੀਜ਼ ਸੀਗੀ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਅਫਸੋਸ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ। ਤੇ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਟਰੈਵਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਟਰੈਵਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇਖੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਆਪਣੀ ਹੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਪਸੰਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਫੋਰ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਜਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਚਾਈਨਾ, ਜਾਪਾਨ, ਇਟਲੀ, ਫਰਾਂਸ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਫਰਾਂਸ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਜ਼ਿਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਉਹ ਕਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹੈਲੋ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿਣਗੇ, ਉਹ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਕਹਿਣਗੇ ਬੋਂਜੂਰ, ਮਰਸੀ। ਉਹ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਆਪਣੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਪੇਪਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਘਰੇ ਆਇਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜਸ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂਡਰਿਨ, ਜਾਪਨੀਜ਼, ਅਰਾਬਿਕ, ਹਿੰਦੀ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ। ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ 'ਚ ਆਇਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ। ਉਹ ਸਕੂਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਉਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਸਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ? ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਸਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਦੇਸ਼ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਆਓ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈਗੀ। ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਆ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਹੀ ਬੋਲਣਗੇ, ਜਾਪਨੀਜ਼ ਆ ਜਾਪਨੀਜ਼ ਹੀ ਬੋਲਣਗੇ। ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਕੂਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਕੰਪਲਸਰੀ ਹੈ। ਚਲੋ ਠੀਕ ਆ, ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਕੂਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਕੰਪਲਸਰੀ, ਤਾਂ ਬੱਚੇ ਸਕੂਲ 'ਚ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਬੋਲਣਗੇ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਹਿੰਦੀ ਕੰਪਲਸਰੀ ਆ। ਬਟ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਖੁਦ ਹੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਅਹਿਮੀਅਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੰਦੇ। ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿਸਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਅਲੋਪ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜਸ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਰਿਸਪੈਕਟ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਖੁਦ ਵੀ ਡਿਓਲਿੰਗੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਫੋਨ 'ਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਡਾਊਨਲੋਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਪਨੀਜ਼ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਪਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਮਾਂ ਬੋਲੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਉਮੀਦ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਾਂ ਬੋਲੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਾਓ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖੋ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ। ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਐਜ਼ ਵੱਡੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਮਾ ਲਈਏ, ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਲਈਏ, ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲੀਏ। ਬੱਚੇ ਸਪੌਂਜਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਬੋਲੋਗੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹੀ ਸੋਕ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਣਾ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਭੈਣ ਭਰਾ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹੋਗੇ ਹੈਲੋ, ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਹੈਲੋ। ਬਟ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਭੈਣ ਭਰਾ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹੋ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ, ਬੱਚੇ ਉਹੀ ਕਹਿਣਗੇ। ਮੇਰੀ ਮੰਮੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ, ਮੇਰੇ ਡੈਡੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ, ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਹੀ ਕਹਿਣੀ। ਤਾਂ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਲਈਏ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲਣ ਦੀ। ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੋਲਾਂਗੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਵੀ ਬੋਲਣਗੇ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਅਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜਸ ਬੜੇ ਹੀ ਕੌਨਫੀਡੈਂਸ ਨਾਲ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਹਨ, ਉਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਵੀ ਮਾਣ ਅਤੇ ਕੌਨਫੀਡੈਂਸ ਨਾਲ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਹੈ। ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਬੜੇ ਹੀ ਮਾਣ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂਡਰਿਨ, ਫ੍ਰੈਂਚ, ਇਟਾਲੀਅਨ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਬਟ ਇਹ ਫ੍ਰੈਂਚ ਤੇ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸੇ ਮਾਣ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਹੀਏ ਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਬੱਚਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਨੇ, ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਦਿਲ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੋਤੇ ਪੋਤਰੀਆਂ ਜਾਂ ਨਵੀਂ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਤੇ ਉਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਦਿਲ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆਪਣੇ ਦਿਲ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਰੱਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਤੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਫ੍ਰੈਂਚ ਜਾਂ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਦਾ ਐਕਸੈਂਟ ਸਹੀ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਇੰਨੀ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਹੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੋਲਣ ਲਈ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਉਮਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਹਰ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਠਸ਼ਾਲਾ ਹੈ, ਸਿੱਖਣ ਦੇ ਬੇਅੰਤ ਮੌਕੇ ਹਨ। ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਣ ਅਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਲਈ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦਾ ਗਿਆਨ ਹੋਣਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ। ਆਓ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਯਕੀਨੀ ਬਣਾਈਏ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ, ਆਪਣਾ ਸੱਭਿਆਚਾਰ, ਆਪਣਾ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਅਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਨੂੰ ਅਗਲੀ ਪੀੜ੍ਹੀ ਤੱਕ ਮਾਣ ਨਾਲ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਈਏ। ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਫੋਰਮ ਦਾ ਮਕਸਦ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝੀਏ, ਉਸ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਏ ਅਤੇ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਬਣਾਈਏ। ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਦਾ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਨੇ, ਆਓ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਕੇ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ, ਗਾਓ ਸੱਚੀ ਬਾਣੀ। ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁਝ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਖਿਮਾ ਦੀ ਚਾਚੇ ਖਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਤੁਲਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ ਯੋਗ ਨੇ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ।
Mandeep and he has given me a very difficult task. मैंने भी थोड़ी बहुत इंतज़ाम छोड़ी पहनना है। जहाँ मैं पाठशाला से enrollment करना। But thank you. You're absolutely right. जो सारे बच्चे देखते हैं, that's exactly what they're going to learn, and that's why I think the most famous person, Diljit Dosanjh, till today never speaks in any other language but Punjabi. But we also want to thank you for your token of appreciation, and she deserves a token of appreciation. So can I call the lovely ladies of Ramgarhia Youth Association to come and give our chief guest her gift. Mrs. Baljeet Kaur Gahir, Mrs. Kiran Kaur Chana, Mrs. Jaskiran Kaur Sira, Miss Ishpreet Kaur Makaru, Isha Anand, Nishma Bej, Tina Man, the team behind Ramgarhia Youth Association. As you can see, beyond boundaries, beneath differences, let's give a round of applause. They work very, very hard. Well done by them. In case you didn't know, RYA was honored with the prestigious Global Award in 2024 for Sikhs in Charity at the Global Sikh Awards. They've also received a humanitarian award by the Kenya Red Cross Society, awarded the Corporate Sector Humanitarian Award of the year 2024. Thank you, Chief Guest, Sardani Mrs. Mandeep Kaur Son, for your wonderful insight and your passion. May your charity bloom and your seva continue with all of us. Moving on, the program that you've come for, and I have intense curiosity because maybe your results nahi dekhe hoye. The survey that was done, known as the Sikh survey, I'm curious to know exactly what came out of it. And in my research, coming up to what, or a person who has done Khoj for Sikhi, one iconic Sikh scholar's name came up, and his name is Vaikhan Singh Nava. All the way in the 1920s, his legacy continues. He's done very many digital initiatives that his institution has put them up. But basically, he spent almost 14 years researching, cross-referencing, investigating thousands of terms to put together what he called the Encyclopedia of Sikh Literature, Mahan Kosh. You are going to get a glimpse of it and also the questions being asked by the very member, I believe was one of the leaders. Mrs. Jaskiran Kaur Sira will present to you the Sikh survey results. She's a member of Ramgarhia Youth Association. an industrial and organizational psychologist, educator and advocate for prevention regarding AI, mental health education, also does emotional intelligence coach, offering courses in English and Punjabi. Let's put our hands together for Jaskiran, who will take us through the results.
वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह। मैं सारे दिन धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ बिकॉज आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि ਅਸੀਂ बहुत सारे numbers ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਏ हैं to grace this occasion, and I am excited to present all of these results that we have been working hard on. So I would like to introduce the concept of this survey. This survey started in June 2025. पिछले साल ਅਸੀਂ जून ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਸਰਵੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਮਲੇਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਸਰਵੇ ਮਿਲੀ ਸੀਗੀ, ਐਂਡ ਉਸ ਸਰਵੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿੱਖ ਯੂਥ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ they conducted a study in Kuala Lumpur, and ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆ ਜਾਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਯੂਥ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨਸ਼ਿਪ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, अपनी भाषा के नाल भी, but most importantly the most important जो spirituality है उन्होंने की मायने रखती है. And so also survey दे विच 254 people took part, and the results generally overview show that 10 youth दे विचों 7 youths considered extremely important. Sikhi was extremely important to 7 out of 10 youths. That is more than half, which is a very brilliant result. And then we also see that almost 50% said कि उन्होंने की जिहड़ी knowledge है Sikhi दी, भावें वो इतिहास बारे होवे, गुरबाणी बारे होवे, वो about average सीगी, 50% दे नेड़े तेड़े सीगी. And then this is something that came out of it, कि despite being a Gurdwara growing crowd, कि भावें असी गुरुद्वारे जाने भी है, only about 30% rated themselves as good in their knowledge. So असी देखिया कि gaps हैगे हैं. So असी सोचा कि क्यों ना असी वो same चीज़ इत्थे भी करके देखिए जे मलेशिया दे विच आ स्टडी ए रिजल्ट्स लिया सकते हैं, साडे कीनिया दे विच वो रिजल्ट्स किद्दां दे लगणगे. And so we embarked on a journey. In this journey, we included the same questionnaires, the same questions that were used in the Sikhi survey, but we added our own questions. जे तुसी नोटिस करोगे हर एक गुरुद्वारा दे विच एक इंस्टीट्यूशन हैगी है जिथे गुरमत एजुकेशन पढ़ाई जाती है. सो असी उस चीज़ को मद्देनज़र रखते हुए असी उस चीज़ को साडी क्वेश्चनएयर दे विच ऐड किया. जो साडे क्वेश्चंस ऑलरेडी सीगे मलेशियन सर्वे दे विच असी उस तो अलावा क्वेश्चंस ऐड किए कि तुसी कदी गुरमत स्कूलिंग लई है जेडे साडे यूथ है 18 to 35 years old. तुसी कदे भी कोई गुरमत स्कूल या किसी भी पाठशाला दे विच एनरोल होए हैं, कदे भी थानू कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है फॉर्मल पंजाबी एजुकेशन सीखण दी. That was the first question. The second question was, have you received any form of Sikhi schooling and how has that impacted? If जे तुसी Sikhi schooling कीती है, पंजाबी स्कूल गए हैं, ओदा थोड़े उत्ते की impact होया, की भाव होया थोड़े ते. So वो एक question सीगा. And lastly, असी उन्हें आर पूछना चाहते सीगे in an open-ended question कि how might the साध संगत be drawn better towards Sikhi? कि कितना असी सारे गुरुद्वारे आ सकते हैं, इकट्ठ होके असी एक आगे जा सकते हैं towards Sikhi, understanding our religion better, being more spiritual. What is the way forward? And they did not disappoint. We had quite a few responses. On सारे responses जेडे आए, they came from all over Kenya. We sent our Google forms to Nairobi, from all of us here, Nakuru, Nanyuki, Mombasa, Nyeri, Meru, Kisumu, Kericho, and Eldoret. जिथे जिथे संगत हैगी है सिखा दी असी उथे उथे क्वेश्चनर्स भेजे एंड हर एक यूथ ने बहुत शिद्दत दे नाल उस चीज़ को पढ़ के संग वापस फॉर्म दिता. Now we do have many youth in Kenya, but we got 83 responses. But when you look at it from a research perspective, this was a good sample to represent the entire population of youth in Kenya. Out of those, we focused on 79 responses because those were valid and would fit our research data without manipulating it too much. So 79 responses are what we used in our research. When we look at the results, which is the most interesting part of this conversation, number one was, have any of you received Sikhi schooling or Gurmat education from any institution? Almost average siga, almost half and half siga. 51% said no, we have not received Gurmat education, and 48% said that Hanji, asi sometime or another in our life, or we still are going through Gurmat education. So that presents a gap. For all of us that are sitting here, members of institutions, that presents a gap and an opportunity for us to welcome the rest of the 50% into our Gurmat institutions. Number two, if you have received any form of Sikhi schooling, how has this impacted your views, practice and implementation of the teachings? जे तुसी गए हैं Gurmat school, उधर थोड़े ते की भाव की इफेक्ट होया तुसी अपनी निजी जिंदगी दे विच, पर्सनल जिंदगी दे विच कितना उस चीज़ में यूज़ कर रहे हैं. 44 participants ने इस चीज़ में रिस्पॉन्ड किया, and उधर में जो 4 themes निकलियां. First theme is कि जिन्हें Gurmat school जब कोई भी education institution दे विचों निकले हैं, उन्होंने गुरबानी की recitation बहुत उन्होंने साफ हो गई है. So that was a really good outcome of Gurmat education. Next, they said कि उन्होंने जो spiritual inclination है and connection है वाहिगुरु जी के नाल, वो बहुत ज़्यादा strong हो गया through frequent going to the Gurdwara, frequent exposure to education. Thirdly, they said that they had a deeper understanding of Vaheguru and Sikhi through history, Guru stories and teachings, which shows that all these encompass a fulfilled and holistic part of Gurmat education. It's not just about Punjabi. And fourthly, they said that they shifted perspectives of life to include moral and ethical conduct, purpose and promoting well-being. So beyond our spiritual inclination, beyond understanding Vaheguru, it impacted them कि वो बहुत एक श्रद्धा दे नाल, भावना दे नाल, अपनी जिंदगी एक डिवोशन दे नाल जी सकन, ethically and morally. So we go to the third question. And in the third question, we asked them, how important is Sikhi in your daily life? When we look at this question, about 50, more than 50% said कि उन्होंने काफी important है कि Sikhi उन्होंने जिंदगी दे विच, and somewhat थोड़े बहुत कहते कि शायद नहीं है कि नहीं. ਇਹ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ because ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਕੂਲ ਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਪੋਜ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਰੈਲੇਵੈਂਟ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ. That is one explanation of this result. Fourth question we asked them, to what extent does the Gurdwara contribute towards your understanding of Sikhi? Fine, we do understand Sikhi, but Gurdwara का key role है, key contribution है थोड़ी understanding ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ Sikhi द्वारा. And उस question ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ 11% said कि बिल्कुल भी नहीं वो understand करते, 21% कहते थोड़ा बहुत understand करते हैं, थोड़ा बहुत contribution हैगा है, and almost 60% कहते कि बहुत significant contribution हैगा है. Again, the people that reported that they don't have a significant result can be attributed to the fact that shayad Gurdwara nahi hote. So again, leaders of our institutions, this is another opportunity to notice this gap and work towards it. The fifth question we had was, we only had 8 questions at most time. The fifth question we had was, to what extent do Sikhi values and practices influence your decisions in life? जो साडी सिक्खी दे टीचिंग्स हैगे आ, साडे जो वैल्यूज हैगे आ, सिक्खिया हैगी आ, ਉਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਨਿੱਜੀ ਰੋਜ਼ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਡਿਸੀਜਨਸ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, ਕਿਤੇ ਜਾਣ ਦਾ, ਕਿਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ, ਜੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਫਰੈਂਡਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਨੈਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, so that कोई भी lifestyle decision ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ, to what extent does Sikhi influence those decisions? And they answered 17.7% they had a very large influence of Sikhi on their decisions. About 35% said to a large extent. About 35% also said so, na ete, na ete. So it was not really considered when they were making decisions on their lifestyle. Lastly, only 8% said to a very little extent. So 8% of the youth did not consider Sikhi in making life decisions. Question number 6. Rate your general level of Sikhi knowledge in terms of history, Gurbani and teachings. 48%, which is a huge number, almost 50% said Sadi knowledge average. And on top of that, 13% said कि साडी knowledge बहुत खराब है, it's poor. And then 13% और कहते कि साडी knowledge उतो भी ज़्यादा खराब है, सिक्खी दे द्वारा. So we have gaps to explore. Only 17.7% of our youth that answered said that they have good knowledge of Sikhi. Remember the first question that I asked? Do you go to Gurmat school? Have you attended any institution of Punjabi? It was 50 and 50. But when we come to the knowledge, we are seeing that someone is saying only 70.7% said that their knowledge is good. This is another gap. Finally, just to cross-check variables and data, we asked, do you take part in Sikh community activities or organizations? ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀਜ਼ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਸਾਡੇ ਹੋਰ ਇੰਸਟੀਟਿਊਸ਼ਨਸ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਆ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ Ramgarhia Youth Association ਹੈਗੀ ਆ. Do you take part in the events that we organize? 63% said that yes, they do take part, and 36% said कि नहीं, ਅਸੀਂ interested नहीं हैं. It's unfortunate. Okay, so I want us to go to the last and the most interesting question of this evening. How might Prasad Sangat be drawn towards Sikhi better? This is the last question. We had 4 themes again from whoever answered these questions, and they said, number 1, we can try and innovate and bring some sort of insightful and innovative Sikhi related activities. Jo assi karde hain Gurdwara de vich, jo sadiya activities hagiyan, let's try and bring more of related activities जो सानू समझ पाएं, because we understand that there is a gap between our generation and the generations before us in terms of language, in terms of understanding, in terms of curiosity. ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ why ਪੁੱਛਦੇ ਹਾਂ. ਸਾਡੀ generations ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਮੰਨੋ, right? But ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ generation ਆ curious ਆ ਪੁੱਛਣ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਕਰੀਏ, ਕਿਉਂ ਕਰੀਏ? We want to understand. So these differences bring about these results from their perspectives of the new generation. In terms of innovation, they said generation-wise talks, the seminars जिदा असी आज organize किया है, कि तुसी उस चीज़ को increase करो. Number 2, forums create करो जिथे safely असी पूछ सके सारे सवाल जवाब कर सके, जिथे सानू इतना ना लगे कि असी put down ना होइए जब असी कोई सवाल पूछिए, कि सानू इतना ना लगे कि we are asking wrongly, because all we want to do is just know, we're just curious. Thirdly, they said day camps, quizzes, shabads, presentations, workshops, उस चीज़ दे विच असी खोज करिए जो साडा दिन दा थीम भी है खोज, कि उस चीज़ को असी एक्सप्लोर करना चाहते हैं Gurbani, Gurmat through all these activities. And lastly, they said that we should have social media channels, podcast channels on Sikhi. So if you're a podcaster, this is your opportunity. Secondly, Sikhi schooling improvements. Our youth said that Sikh history, Kirtan, Gurbani, recitation classes honiyan chahiye because it's just not about Punjabi. Je tusi chahne ha ki assi sara kuch sikhiye, assi is cheez nu samajh sake, we need to know how to recite our prayers. Secondly, classes should be arranged age level wise, group wise, for all different ages and not just the children, because कई सारे बंदे भी हैं भी जो बहुत old है, but they don't know Punjabi, they would still love to learn Punjabi, and they are requesting कि कुछ इस तरह का schedule होवे जिथे वो सारे सीखने जा सकें. Thirdly, open-minded teachers who can relate to the youth and convey teachings with relevance. It's all about trying to get the message across. Fourthly, compulsory learning for Gurmat school education institutions. This is coming from the youth itself. If we look at our Muslim brothers and sisters, they have compulsory madrasa classes. Why is it that our Gurmat education is not compulsory for us? If we can create a way, if we can create some sort of jagrata in our sangat that we must make it non-negotiable to have Gurmat school education for our children, then we can narrow the gap. Moving on. Katha sessions. In Katha sessions, they said that they wanted explanations that were in English, that were relevant, that they can understand because of the language barrier. Invite external speakers, provide insights, perspectives, and normalize English for sessions. Many of our respondents say, please use English. We will learn Punjabi, but let's find a base where we can meet in the middle. Asi sikhage, tusi pame half and half karo, pame tusi Punjabi mix karo, English mix karo. At least let's start somewhere where we can understand, and then let's move forward. Lastly, in Katha sessions, they requested for open-minded and strictly saying non-judgmental platforms for Q&A regarding application of Sikhi in life. When we don't know what we are doing, why we are doing it, we will have so many questions. And like I said, as a generation of curiosity and critical thinking, we don't shy away from asking. So all we were requesting, or all the youth were requesting, was to have non-judgmental spaces where जो सारे विद्वान हैं, सारे नाल बैठन, असी पूछ सके वो questions, कोई platform होवे जिथे असी वो questions पूछ सके, सानू answers मिल सके, नाले सानू इधर ना किया जावे कि तुसी बस करो, असी क्या है, कुछ देखियो या, you know. So that is an important finding from our results. Last but not least, the theme of this question, youth involvement in committees and decision making. Our youth were very disappointed because of the fact that in many different institutions, they find it difficult to get into decision making, into participation in the gurdwaras, with whether it's the activities that are being done, or how to take the face of the gurdwara ahead, or all of these things. So especially the older youths, the 35 and above, or the near 35 age, were requesting if institutions could allow them to step in, to participate in decision making, bring them forward, let's hear their ideas and move forward. Thirdly, to bring the Sangha together by embracing strengths of community members and enrich the community. To put away all the differences that we have amongst ourselves, to put away all of that and simply come as Sikh, to come together with one goal and do activities like we're doing today. Now, because we asked the question of why Gurmat education was important, we decided to also cross-analyze and understand why Gurmat education is important. Gurmat education was cross-analyzed on understanding the aspects of knowledge of Sikhi, importance of Sikhi in daily life, influence of Sikh values and practices in daily life, and analysis between those that went to Gurmat school, basically the exposed category and the unexposed category to Gurmat education. I hope you're all with me. I hope I'm not boring you. I'm thoda deep here, but I really want us to be together. Okay. So when we look at this data, ਜਿਹੜੇ blue bars ਆ ਉਹ youth ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਗੁਰਮਤ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੀ orange bar ਆ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਉਹ group ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੁਰਮਤ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਕੀਤੀ। If you look at the first column, we are looking at knowledge of Sikhi. It is above average. Almost 80% of people that have attended Gurmat school education have the knowledge of Sikhi above average, as opposed to the people that have not received Gurmat education, only knowledge about 60% here. Next, in the middle, we have the importance of Sikhi in daily life. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ exposed group ਆ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਵੀ prefer ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ Sikhi ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ importance ਦਈਏ in our daily life, as opposed to the unexposed group. Lastly, the influence of Sikhi in daily life was not as significantly different in the last group. जो तुसी देख सकते हैं वो blue line in the last column, third column, blue line and orange line ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ difference ਨਹੀਂ ਆ। So the influence of Sikhi is missing whether or not तुसी Gurmat school गए हैं या नहीं गए। So this is another gap for us to explore. I'll skip the observations and I'll go to the next part where we want to compare the exposure and non-exposure. All people that said Gurmat school, they'd gone to Gurmat school, said that Sikhi was either moderately or extremely important. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ important ਲੱਗੀ Sikhi ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ Gurmat school ਗਏ ਆ, right? But ਜਿਹੜੇ unexposed youth ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ variation ਆ। कभी 50% कहते हैं कि important या नहीं important है, तो 44% कहते थोड़ा बहुत important है। All right, we move to the next one. Over half admitted contribution of Gurdwara between moderately and significantly. कि Gurdwara importance रखता है, जे तुसी exposure करने हैं Gurmat school नो, थानू लगता है कि Gurdwara is an important place to go. So parents of young children, I really encourage you to take your children, to encourage your children to go to Gurmat school. 73% said that the knowledge was between average and above for those who went to Gurmat school versus a very poor understanding or not at all due to no exposure for those that didn't go. Lastly, only 27% reported that their life decisions were not influenced by values if they went to Gurmat school, but 49% reported neutral or large influence of Sikhi values in their daily lives. I'll present the summary of findings and close because I know this is almost like a maths class. Sorry to bring you to class on Saturday. Approximately, there was an equal distribution of the youth who have attended any form of Gurmat education versus not. So that's our gap number 1. Gap number 2, Gurmat education, not gap, observation. Gurmat education is pivotal in bringing spiritual and religious practice from a young age. A higher percent of difference was found between knowledge and application of Sikhi even when they attended Gurmat school. So that is a gap and opportunity for us to explore. ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਿਆਣੇ Gurmat school attend ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, we need to find a way to bring it more into their life. Majority Sikhs participate in community activities, showing their willingness to collaborate and belong, but this is not related to their bhavna towards Sikhi, it's simply a communal thing. Lastly, these suggestions to increase belongingness include innovative and insightful activities, relevant and enriched katha sessions, and youth participation in decision making. With this, I would like to close my presentation of our results of the Sikhi survey. I'm sorry if I bored you. Maths was not my favorite either, but it was important for us to start with this so we can find a basis of the rest of the speakers to present their presentations. And thank you all once again. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Maths was also not my favorite subject, but I do know 1% in a company shareholding can really turn the tables, isn't it? And some of the results I heard was everything was at 50, 51%. I don't know, Kinari film Border 2 dekhi hai? Majority, yeah, dekhi hai. And Sunny Deol says, Awaaz kahan tak jani chahiye? So we need that spirit. And I'm encouraged by just Kiran's positivity and optimism that there is still hope that out of these results something can be done. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Sikh Women's Society Chairperson, Mrs. Surinder Kaur Khalsa, and also Paramjeet Kaur Bedi, the Vice Chair of the Education Committee. And now I'm going to move over to the next speaker, who is a gentleman. In case you can catch up with Govind Singh Ji later. But he has a tough topic to talk about, spirituality versus religion. And somebody who comes to my mind, who if he was alive today, I would have loved to see him engage with Govind Singh. World-renowned atheist Christopher Hitchens always put down religion as dogma, religion as negative structure. So I put it up in ChatGPT and asked if Hitchens was alive today, what would he say to our topic, Sikhi Simplified? And this is what came out. If a tradition encourages you to be a koji, a skeptic, an investigator, a student who aggressively questions the world and rejects the hollow, unthinking ritualism, then that is not religion. That is the triumph of human curiosity over dogma. The moment you stop searching and claim you have found the absolute, final answer, your mind goes to sleep. So it's a good thing we're here on a Saturday afternoon, challenging a very tough topic, because after all, the search, the inquiry, the coach must never end. Pull out your phones, pick up your QR scanner code, scan the code. It's going to be very useful for you in Govind Paji's presentation. I'm now going to ask him to come up on stage. Govind is a Sevadar, the head teacher of Nanak Gurmat Pathshala. He runs Gurmukhi classes for adults, that's teaching Gurmukhi from scratch, all the way from 6 classes with Guru Sahib's grace. He's the committee member of the Baba Ishar Singh Ji Community Center, and he's also the committee member at Nanak Satsang Sabha. Let's have a warm round of applause for Govind Singh, who's your next speaker for today's program.
Satsang ji, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa,
Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Sara naam Govind Singh hai. Asi Satguru Sahib de dirish sevak ha. Sada jo vishwa hai सारा आज का जो विषय है रिलीजन वर्सेस स्पिरिचुअलिटी है ਅਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਇਸ ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हफ्ता है साढ़े सारे वास्ते 42 साल पीछे पंजाब विखे सचखंड श्री हरिमंदिर साहिब तख्त श्री अकाल गुरु श्री अकाल तख्त साहिब विखे आतंकवादियों ने हमला किया सो जेरे शहीद उत्थे होए सन जो सचखंड साहिब अकाल तख्त साहिब इमारत में शहीद करवाया गया सी ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਚਰਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਜੋ ਟੌਕ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਇਟਸ ਟੂ ਡੂ ਵਿਦ ਰਿਲੀਜਨ ਸੋ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਰਾਮਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ अखा मीच के उन्होंने चरणों में हाजिरी लाइए उन्होंने याद करिए एक शब्द पढ़ के फिर असी आरंभ करते हैं सो जेकर आप जी में शब्द कंठ है तो जरूर नाल पढ़ो जी हम अवगुण भरे एक गुण नाही अमृत छाड़ बिखै देख खाई माया मोह भरम भय भूले सुतदारा से प्रीत लगाई एक उत्तम पंथ सुन्यो गुर संगत तह मिलत जम त्रास मिटाई एक अरदास पहाट की रत की गुरु रामदास राखो सरनाई गुरु रामदास राखो सरनाई। The satsang is we'd like to begin. And for the sake of today's audience, I'd like to speak primarily in English and also mix some Punjabi. So just here, thank you so much for having me on the floor. Halim Kanji spoke about Christopher Hitchens. And to any atheist outside there, there's not a big difference between a Sikh and an atheist. The difference is only this one thing. Sikhs believe in one more God than atheists. The satsang my talk is going to be based on my personal journey on Sikhi. So I ask a question: how many of you have spoken to somebody and heard them say, "I'm not religious, but I'm very spiritual," or they say, "I don't believe in God, but I'm somewhat spiritual"? Many of us have heard that. And it's become more of a fad and people think it's so cool to say something like this. So I think religion is usually like a list of do's and don'ts. It's compounded with rituals. I think religion instills a lot of fear in young people, and that's why many young people don't come to the Gurdwara. Because we judge them. In fact, the audience, we were expecting people who usually don't come to the Gurdwara to come. But the reason why many of them have stayed away is because they are afraid of judgment. And all of us are very guilty of judging them. And so they prefer to go to clubs because no one judges there. They can be dancing on the floor with the glass in their hand and they know no one is going to judge them because sare wahi kar rahe. And today religion has become very outdated and very frowned upon. So spirituality is this thing that's now become a fad and everyone wants to now say, oh, spirituality is my thing. And so spirituality is basically do what you do that makes you feel good. There's no pressure in you to do what you want, your mind is at ease. Basically, if you look at it, spirituality is manmat in disguise. Manmat means jo asi chahte ho, asi wahi karte ho. I don't have to ask anybody, don't have to read any text. Whatever I like is what I do. And then you have people who will say that my spiritual practices are, I burn incense at home, I burn sage, keeps negative energies away, I believe in auras, and they talk about all these things that people have no gyan of. And so I think spirituality becomes blind faith. So the question is then, where does Sikhi sit? Is it religion? Is it spirituality? Okay, next. So because we are speaking in English, it's important for us to understand these two words, religion and spirituality. जैसे पंजाबी च गल करते हैं मजहब ते अध्यात्मक मार्ग. But because it's English and most of us speak in English and this is how we interact with people, then what is religion and what is spirituality? Next. So I'm going to give you guys a boarding lesson first. And the world classifies religions in two ways. We have the Abrahamic religions and we have the Talmudic faiths. And the Abrahamic religions trace their lineage to somebody called Abraham. We start with the Christians. We have the Jews, then the Christians, and then the Muslims. The Talmudic faiths primarily have come out of India. You have the Hindus, you have the Jains, you have the Buddhists, and you have the Sikh. Next. So the question is now, what is Sikhi? Is it religion or is it spirituality? So, by show of hands, how many of you think Sikhi is a religion? Just put your hands up. If you think Sikhi is religion. Okay. Then by show of hands, how many of you think Sikhi is spirituality? Okay. So, this whole thing about religions is something that we can trace back to Christianity. And the Christians, when they colonized various countries and people, they put people into these things called isms. So they had Judaism, they had Hinduism, they had Jainism, Sikhism, Confucianism, Taoism, all isms. But when it comes to Christianity, then Christianity is an adjective and it's Christianity. So the Muslims are very clever, they refuse to allow Islam to be called Mohammedanism. And then they started calling it Islam. At least nowadays, many Sikh are referred to Sikhi as Sikhi. So that's one good thing. But in our attempt to conform to this thing called religion, we have done certain things which has confused this current generation. So for example, there is this thing of Muslims having the 5 pillars of faith, the Christians having the 10 commandments. Then we say, you know what, we have these 3 golden rules. And if you read Gurbani, there is no Shabad that talks about explicitly 3 golden rules. These are practices, yes, but it is not Gurbani. It is not explicitly Gurbani. So if we just stick to these 3 golden rules, then what happens to Hukamana? What happens to Gunadi Kamai Karniya? What happens to Seva Karna, Uddham Karna, or to surrender ourselves to the Guru? And spirituality is this thing that becomes very ritualistic, and we like to say that Sikhi is spirituality because it is more appealing when you tell somebody that, oh, you know what, Sikhi is spirituality and that's what I follow, so that we can conform with people. Next. So the question is, is Sikhi religion? Is it spirituality? Or is it something else? Is it much more? So, is it a belief system? Is it devotion, theology? Is it a cult? Is it a tradition, a sect, a faith? And all these things then put us in this confusion that we are in today. So because we can't really classify Sikhi, the point of this talk is not to classify Sikhi as a religion or as spirituality, it's for us to understand what Sikhi is, and then we can call it whatever we want. It will make no difference because then it's Anupata Sikhi Kiya. Next. So these are shabads जितने Guru Sahib ना उस वेले में जो religion सी और spirituality सी उन खंडन करते हैं. They don't accept that thing called religion. They don't accept that thing called spirituality. And we're going to come to that. Mara said, Karam, Taram, Pakhand Jyoti Sahar, Tin Jamja Bhakti Lute. It means that what you see as Karam or actions, Taram, what we refer to as religion, or Pakhand, I think spirituality is Pakhand because you can say anything and it goes. So Maharaj is saying all these things will be stolen from you by death. So then Maharaj are giving us a hint here, okay, then Sikhi is not religion, it's not spirituality, then what is it? Sikhi da tat kiya, what is the essence of Sikhi? Next. So, remember this is my own personal journey. And there was a time in my life when we used to go to the mandir more than to the Gurudwara. Almost converted to Christianity. I think many of us probably have been in that boat. So, then the question is, what is religion? I think the images speak for themselves. Religion, I think, is mind control. Inculcating certain things into people and making, I think, they only have to do this. I think it brings about this thing of reward and punishment, that you will be rewarded if you do this. If you don't do this, you will be punished. But this is bilkul nahi hai. And then all religions, for us to understand, all religions are not the same. We cannot say that our religion is same like yours because they don't all teach the same thing. Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, Guru Arjan Dev Ji had very bad experiences with religious people. This is Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Ever since I was a kid, I used to come here, and that Surup has always stuck in my mind. And religious people martyred Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Religious people martyred Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. So, they themselves had bad experiences with these so-called religious people. So, religion khandan karna. In the slide before, there is the shabad that we read. Kahula kahan ko is tarah se kahula lim gare nikaya kahula ke rawachi saman kahul pachako sis navai. And spirituality is basically blind faith. Just go next, yeah. Spirituality is blind faith. And we think we know the path we're walking, but we don't. And we end up falling. Just in the name of saying, oh, I'm spiritual, I don't hurt anybody. I do my prayer, I like to joke, that's good enough. But I think this thing, spirituality in today's context, is basically one month in disguise. And this is the group of people who will be in that camp called camp months after each other. And this is what we see as spirituality today. Next. So the question is then how we save from this trap of the centuries-old construct of religion and this modernized version of blind faith that we call spirituality. And the answer is, it's the Guru. Next. So this concept of religion is something very foreign to Sikhi. The word in Punjabi used for religion per se, the exact translation is mazhab. And mazhab is an Arabic word which is loaned into Farsi and then into Punjabi. The word used usually in Punjabi is dharam, which means righteousness. It does not mean religion. Next. So now the question is, what do Guru Sahib say? What is their teaching of what Sikhi is? They say karam, taram, pakhand jo disa hai, then jam jagati, looter. So the thing is, we have to do khoj. Jaise khoj nahi karenge, then how are we going to know what it is that we're following? If we don't know what it is we're following, then how can we teach it? How can we practice it? Next. So I hope you will have your books. I'd like you guys to just write this down. It's a Bani which appears in Guru Granth Sahib Ji on 938. The Bani is called Siddh Gosht. And this is very important because the Siddhs, who accomplished spiritual beings who live in the Himalayas, meet Guru Nanak Ji. And they ask the same questions to Guru Sahib. Who are you? What is your name? What is your religion? What do you follow? What is your spiritual practice? So if you read Siddh Gosht, I think it will answer a lot of questions you have. We're not going to go into this. We're now going to move into our proper talk. Next. So in Gurbani, Sikhi has been referred to by many names. Sikhi is referred to as Gurmat, as Matam, Mat, Taram, Adhyatam, Karam, Deen, Pant, Tisar Pant, Khalsa Pant, Marak, Jaj Achar, Brahm Gyan, Sumat. And all these words are what have been used to refer to the Guru's teachings. And in Guru Granth Sahib, the word mazhab does not appear. The word does appear in Rasulullah Sahib as Namastas Majde. that I offer my salutations to that Lord who has no religion. Next. So as Sanna took that we have forgotten. Deen bisaryo re diwane, deen bisaryo re. This is going to be a tough one, but put your hands up, Jasi Purge. If you've forgotten your faith, put your hands up, and I'm the first to put my hand up. Deen bisaryo re diwane, deen bisaryo re. And Bhagat Kabir ji are telling us, oh man, you have forgotten. And all of us sitting here, and those not here, apa sare bhul gaya ki what we've come here to do. Rani, to aya laha hai. But asi laha wo nahi le rahe anand, asi hod laha le rahe. This laha, this laha, this laha, sleeping around. So next. So now we're going to this small understanding of what this path is. And the path is, three things are important. The Guru, Naam, and the Sikh. So Sari individually are Sikh. And then there's the Guru, Guru Nanak Gurmat is the Guru for us all. And then there's a transaction that takes place between us two, and that's called Naam. So we will start with the Guru. The Guru is so the word Guru is a Sanskrit word, and it loosely translates as anyone. Guru means in English. Okay, God. Anybody else? Teacher. So Guru is a Sanskrit word. I'm sure my students have got it. The first root is Guru and the second one is Ru. Ru means darkness and Ru means light. So the Guru is that being who takes us out of darkness and puts us into light, or out of ignorance and puts us into spiritual wisdom. In Guru Granth Sahib, the Guru is Sarv Kala Samrat. So the Guru can also take us from light and put us into darkness. So the Guru is, we can say, both ignorance and wisdom. And the Guru is neither wisdom or ignorance, and the Guru is also beyond it. This is why we refer to them as Agam, because they transcend it. We call them Agam, Atha, because we cannot comprehend them fully. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we want to understand who the Guru is. Next. Next. Guru Pure Samaya, Guru Adulak Harpaya. That I found the Guru, he himself is the primary Guru, that he himself is God. Next. Panmathura, Kachpeda Nahi, Guru Arjan Patak Har. Guru Arjan Dev Ji is God himself, not the Guru, not just some human being who is an intermediary. Next. Pragat Sagal Har Pavana Hai, Guru Nanak Gurmat Pathshala. Guru Nanak Dev Ji is God himself. Next. Tu Sadguru Chahajudi Aap Ape Parmeshwar. That Guru Ramdas Ji themselves are God themselves. Next. Gur Jaisa Nahi Ho Dev. And later in the Shabad Par Brahmur Nahi Pe. There is no difference between the Guru and God. Next. Gur Govind Govind Guru Hai Nanak Pe Na Pai. Again, there is no difference between Guru and God. Next. Again. Next. Next. Okay. So what you've seen over here is that the Guru is Rab. The Guru is Khuda, the Guru is the Khalq, the Guru is Vaheguru, the Guru is God. So the question is then, are we waiting for Rab to come on earth with a lion head, So that now they can convince us that Guru have come as a human so that they can convince us in culture I can relate with you, you can see your flaws and everything, you can see me going through the same things. So the Guru went through these noble problems. So if the Guru is the founder of this thing called Sikhi, then are we correct to say that God himself started Sikhi? Because I've seen the Guru is God. And the Guru Sikhi started by Guru Nanak Dev Ji. So for us to say that Sikhi was not started by a prophet, it was not started by a messiah, some thinkers, some revolutionists, deities, then Sikhi was started by Kartak Rab themselves. So now, if it started by God himself, then can we say that Sikhi is a religion? Because Rab themselves have come on earth and they themselves have given us. So then can we say now this is a religion? Next. So the Guru does something very extraordinary. The Guru destroys this thing called Karam. Last year I went to India and we met a Jyotishi over there and I said to us, I wanted my hand to be read and I wanted to ask certain questions and let's see where this Jyotishi stand. There's some fun we have. So he tells me, Gura Sama Maan Lagaya, so Ode Karke Tumhe Puja Karna Pehna, Puja and whatnot. And I said, but Sadi Guru Nanak Dev Ji ne, this was in Goindwal side, jithe Guru Amar Das Ji this. I said, but Sadi Guru Nanak Dev Ji ne, te kona ne ta Sadi Jire Karam hai, uta Nas Karange. He said, man, ata hoi nahi sakta. He said, Krishna Bhagwan ko Karam tumne pe, Ram Bhagwan ko tumne pe, thon bhi tumne pe. मैं कहता हूँ मेरा सतगुरु गुरु नानक देव जी है ते बाने च लिखा है कर्म लाए अब कहाँ करेगा जो फाटियो सगलो लेखा when you come to the Guru and the Guru tears up your lekha then who's going to ask कि थोड़ा कर्म किया then they say what Sadhana का Sadhana they say तब उन कहा जगत विराज जो कर्म ना नास how can you say this is my Guru the कर्म दा नास ही नहीं कर सकते what sort of Guru then are we buying out I'm sure many of us have gone to these pundits or these Babri and they tell us these things. But you have to know, if your Guru is Guru Nanak Dev Ji, there is no way, absolutely no way, that your karam naas nahi ho sakta. Next. So now we talk about this thing called Naam. Naam has no translation in any language. Just the same way you can't translate the word Golgappa. Can't translate the word jungle, jungle is jungle, pajama is pajama in English as well. In the same way, we can't translate the word Naam. But Naam, to understand it very faintly, I think is the unadulterated, uncorrupted, unfiltered, most intimate personal experience that we individually can have with the God world. Naam is something that can be experienced more strongly with us in Amrit Shakadaya, that's very important. For us to experience now, there are two mantras we give, Guru Mantra, Guru Mantra. Unadi abhyas karke, फिर सब नाम प्राप्ति हो सकती है. Next. So, नाम केवल नाम. And this is a virtue that nobody else has at all. The Muslims don't have it, the Hindus don't have it, the Jews, the Christians, nobody has this thing called Naam. This bakshish is only in Guru Nanak Dev Ji's channel. Those who say कि ऐसे तो नाम भागे and they are not doing it in front of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, the Panch Guy, they are just fooling you, repackaging Sikhi and selling it to you. Then the Guru says, Satguru Sikho Naam Tande, the work of the Satguru is to give Naam to the Sikh. The last पंक्ति is Kaha Kabir, है राम की अंश. We need to know that all of us are from the lineage of a Guru. And so what we are doing is not intermediary. I think it's important for us to know that whatever the Guru gives us, they give it to us while alive. There is no promise of you going to this place where you're going to be given the companionship of 72 certain people. That if it doesn't happen here on earth, it is not happening after you die. So the Guru gives us this promise while living here on earth. Next. So now the thing is, who is a Sikh? We cannot say that if I have Dadi or Kapal Bhai, then I am Sikh. Namritar is a Sikh, Kesatar is a Sikh, Sajtar is a Sikh, Mona is a Sikh. But if we say that I am Sikh, then we close the doors for the rest of the people. The moment you open up the doors, because the Guru at their time also had Sajtari, Mona, Kesatari, Namritari at their time as well. But we cannot say that this is the ideal group for sure. This is the Khalsa Panth. Khalsa Mero, group hai khas. But if we only focus on this, then we lose out everybody else. The idea is bring everyone in and all you want change. So the Sikhi, this word Sikh is important because in India there is this parampara called the Guru Shishya parampara, where you have a Guru and you have disciples. And this is why it's important because that was not religion. There would be a Guru and the initiated go and they initiated and they made it Sikh. So, next. Those of you who know the Sakhi by Juga Singh will know why I put this over here. But the work of the Sikh is Satguru Sikhi Kar Pratipal Seva Kor Sada Deva. I can't go through the whole thing because we're quite short of time. So, next. So then, we can just refer to Sikhi as Sikhi and understand that it's much more deeper than that. Next. How is Sikhi formed? Maya Sikha Jagat Vich Nanak Gurmat Pathshala. Na hum Hindu, na Musalman. पंथ चलाए तब जगत में जब तुम करो सहाय आ गया कहीं काल की तबे चलाए पंथ. So as we reach the end of this presentation, we're going to quickly just go through something on the board and then you decide what Sikhi is. Okay, those who know Gurmukhi, what is this? It's in the numbers. Rajan? Who knows what symbol this is? In Gurmukhi, it's in the numbers. Rajan? Sifar. In Sanskrit, this is called Shunya. There's a shabad that comes in Gurbani. It is Arabadha Narabadatam Durgara. Guru Nanak Ji talked about what there was on earth before creation happened. And in the shabad they say that there was absolutely nothing. There was no dharma, there was no religious rights, there was no good, there was no bad. From nothing, when creation was created, Kita Pasao Eko Kavao, Istebal Lakhdariya. So from nothing, something came. Okay? Now what numerical is this? Ek. When creation was created, it was created in what the Guru describes as a big bang. Kita Prasao Eko Kavao. Guru Gobind Singh Ji said, Jab Udkarak Kara Kartara. Udkarak means like a crack for whip. Jab Udkarak Kara Kartara, Prajata Deha Avara. So creation happened all at once. Okay? Creation happens all at once. Creation happens all at once. And now for that creation to be preserved, it takes time. So of course it's like a tangent. All reservation from the earth. Eventually all that has been preserved and created will be destroyed. But what was done of all creation? The word kar means creation. Okay? So today, this is where we are standing. And kar continues. If you look at old guns, they also do that. Kar means creation and it continues. So today we've understood that this Ek Onkar means the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer of all creation is one. Now, our job as a Sikh is not to go to some place called heaven and drink wine, make merry. Ours as a Sikh is kitho bache kahalaha kahman samawe. Kitho bache, where did we come from? Kahalaha asi athe ki kare kahman samawe kithe jana. Our job is eventually to retrace and back into the creation, into this Sun Samadhi, Sun Avastha. So, Sikhi is not promising us for this place called heaven or paradise. We were going to enjoy creation. They're telling us we go back to the Creator. So, if that is then what Sikhi is, they're taking us back into this primal state of Samadhi, which is called Ad Sach. That is where we're heading. So now the question we ask ourselves is that if this is what the Guru is telling us, if you guys are going back into this, you're not going back into creation, get the creation hand here and you're going to go and enjoy it like that. Coming back into this is what Guru Nanak teaches. And the only way we can understand this is just Parangu. So my time is up and I hope we can have some rules to explain this. And then now it comes down to each of us. Is Sikhi religion? Is it spirituality? Or is it way beyond that? Why did you come first?
Thank you, Govind Singh. I think it was pretty insightful. The global wellness industry by 2029 is going to be $1 trillion. It takes $1,000 to start a spirituality center. Some food for thought as we do some more maths. Coming up next is our next speaker, Kuljit Singh Rupra. He's a qualified chartered accountant. He runs a tech business. He's absolutely passionate about Khoj and Sikhi and is practicing it or has been very active in Gurudwara since the age of 19. Let's give him a big round of applause. There's going to be a sprint, there's going to be a lot more. Please stay as engaged as you possibly can.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. So I think just when I was walking up, just Kiran told me that we're all getting very hungry now. Tea is waiting for us, so I need to be as brief and as short as possible. So I'll try my level best. Going by our simple theme today, Sikhi Simplified. I would like to begin with something absolutely simple. I'd like to begin with a lotus flower. A lotus flower known as Kamal in Punjabi is a symbol of purity with several beautiful references in Gurbani. What's amazing about this lotus flower is that it grows in mud, surrounded by impurities and dirty water. Yet somehow it manages to rise above it all, clean, pure, and untouched. It lives in the mud, but the mud does not live in it. And when we think about it, it sounds a lot like the world we live in today. Today we are surrounded by pressure, comparison, competition, social media anxiety. The list goes on and on and on. Every day there's noise around us trying to pull our minds in various different directions. And I think that is where Sikhi comes in. But Sikhi teaches us how to rise above all the chaos. to live in the middle of chaos, but not to be a part of the chaos. Just like the lotus flower, Sikhi teaches us how to rise above negativity while still living in this world. Not by escaping the world, but by learning how to control our thoughts, our actions, and our words. So that is what I want to talk about today. How can we apply Sikhi in our lives so we too can become like the lotus flower? And to understand this, I'd like to take us back to a very well-known Sakhi, the Sakhi of Sahib Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji at the age of 9 years. I'm sure we're all familiar with the Sakhi, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, Sare, Rishtedar, neighbors, the Pandits, everybody gather. And what do they tell Guru Nanak Dev Ji? They tell Guru Nanak Dev Ji that they want to give him a sacred thread, a Janeyu. And what does Guru Nanak Dev Ji say? Guru Nanak Dev Ji refuses to wear the Janeyu. Why? Not because he was being rebellious, but because he had a message to give us. But we often simplify the Sakhi saying that Guru Nanak Dev Ji refused to wear the Janeyu. But when we go slightly deeper, we realize that Guru Nanak Dev Ji simply did not refuse to wear the Janeyu. Instead, he asked for a different kind of a Janeyu, a sacred thread that no Pandit would give him. And Guru Sahib explains this brilliantly in their Gurbani. In Asatiwar, Guru Sahib says, Daya Kapa Santokh Sood Jat Gandhi Satvat Ehe Janeyu Ji Ka Naita Pandey Ka. Guru Sahib says, if you want me to wear a Janeyu, then let it be made of Daya, compassion, as the cotton, Santokh, contentment, as the thread, Jap, self-control, as the knot, and Sat, truth, as the twist. Now, these are not old-fashioned values. These are timeless, powerful principles, powerful enough to transform our lives, even today. But the real challenge, again, is how do we apply these in our lives? So today, let's try and go through these principles, these virtues, not with very complicated explanations, but in a very, very simple way. I'll begin with Daya. Daya means feeling for others and acting in kindness to improve their situation. We have youth here with us today. Imagine an exam room or results have just been given and everyone is happy and excited. But someone is sitting alone in a corner because things did not go for them as they expected. They failed. Nobody cares. Compassion is reaching out to them and reminding them that one exam does not define them. Imagine an elderly person struggling to use their phone or filling a form. No one has the time, but compassion is stopping for 2 minutes just to help them. Compassion also is helping pay somebody's school fees or medical bills if you have the capacity, or feeding a hungry animal. I'm so happy to hear about the sevas our chief guest does. Truly inspiring and incredible. Compassion is so important in our lives that Guru Nanak Dev Ji says, Tol Taran Daya Kabut Santokh Aapne Khatin Sood. Daya to bina taran nahi hai. So Daya is the foundation, which takes me to my second virtue, Santokh, contentment. One of the biggest thieves of peace today is comparison, especially through social media. Every day we see people posting holidays, achievements, lifestyle, success stories, and then we start comparing. Maybe I'm behind. Maybe my life is not good enough. Or maybe everyone else is happier than me. But the truth is, people usually post their best moments, not their struggles. And Santokh is not giving us ambition or growth or progress. It means continuing to work hard, improving ourselves, while remaining grateful for what Guru Sahib has given us. I'll repeat this. Santokh is not giving up on ambition, growth or progress. It means continuing to work hard to improve ourselves while still remaining grateful for
for what we already have. And to understand Santokh, I think we first need to understand Hukam. Because some things are within our control and others are not. Sikhi talks about both free will Karam and divine will Hukam. As Sikhs, we do our best and then we accept the outcome that Guru Sahib gives us, whether the outcome was in our favor or not. And sometimes Santokh is tested in very, very ordinary moments. For example, maybe the food cooked at home was not to our taste, or maybe you did not get the marks that you desired even after you worked very hard. Maybe we are stuck in traffic or waiting in the long queue. And to all the Arsenal fans, maybe your team lost in the finals. Santokh teaches us patience instead of frustration. Without Santokh, there is constant complaining. With Santokh, there is peace, acceptance, and gratitude. Next, I'll talk about Jat, self-control. Today, the world constantly encourages us to satisfy every desire that we can think of immediately. But Jat teaches us something different. Jat is having control on our actions, our desires, and our reactions. It is choosing what is right rather than simply doing whatever the mind wants. There may be temptations to drink alcohol, experiment with drugs, eat meat simply for the taste of the tongue, or cut our case just to fit in with others. But Jat gives us the strength to say, my principles are more important than temporary desires. And Jat also is tested in very, very ordinary moments too. Having the strength to put down that phone or switch off that TV when something more important is waiting for you, like studying, helping at home, or simply sleeping. Self-control is also calmly listening and not arguing with maybe your parents or somebody elder who's correcting us or pointing out a mistake. Because real strength is not doing whatever the mind pleases, but real strength is controlling our minds. And just like the Vice President of East African Ramgarhia Youth, Mr. General said, Gurbani says, Man jeet hai, jag jeet. Finally, truth, Sat. Sikhi teaches us to live truthfully. For example, you make a mistake at home, school, or anywhere, nobody notices. But truth means taking ownership. Or not cheating in an exam, even if you had the opportunity to. Or imagine somebody accidentally gives you more change, or perhaps a customer overpays you. Your true character is revealed during such moments. Guru Sahib says, Haq paraya nanka, us suvar, us gaye. To take what rightfully belongs to another is like a Muslim eating pork or a Hindu eating beef. And now I'd like to share a very, very powerful salok of Bhagat Faridji. Bhagat Faridji says, Kavan so akhar, kavan gun, kavan so maniya mand, kavan so veso mokari, jit vas aave. This is the question, and the answer is, Nivan so akhar, kavan gun, jihva maniya mand, ek rap and base kar, ta vas aayi. In the interest of time, I might not like to delve deep into it, but then Bhagat Faridji talks about Nimrta, Khima, and Mitha Bolna. Nimrta, humility, not having this desire to be right all the time. Most of our arguments with our siblings or at home or our colleagues, we really have nothing to win in them. Khima, forgiveness, realizing that we all made mistakes, and when we forgive others, we are actually loosening our own burden. Mitha Bolna, sweet speech. The words that we speak can break somebody's heart or make somebody's day. So, when we look at all this, we realize that Sikhi was never meant to stay within the walls of the Gurudwara. Sikhi was meant to be a part of our lives, our daily lives, everywhere we go. At home, at work, at school, online, and even when nobody is watching us. But honestly, practicing all this is not easy, because every day the world is pulling us in the opposite direction. Sometimes we want peace, but anger wins. Sometimes we want humility, but ego wins. Sometimes you want contentment, but comparison wins. Sometimes you want to forgive, but hurt and pride wins. And that is why I'd like to share 2 golden rules of Gurmat, which again, like Govind Singh ji said, we cannot really quantify the rules or the principles of Gurmat, but these are 2 practical ways that I feel that we can apply to achieve in what we're talking about, that is application of Sikhi. So the first is what the Sikh community all around the world and organizations like RIA are known for. What's RIA known for all over? Yeah? Seva, absolutely. Seva, because Seva softens the heart. It breaks ego and it forces us to think beyond ourselves. Imagine washing Juthe Pandey of the Sangat. We wash dishes of the people we like, and we wash dishes of the people we don't like, and otherwise maybe of people we judge also. Why? Because through Seva we begin to see Vaheguru within everybody. Just like my Kamiliya, who served water even to the enemy soldiers, and upon being asked said that I see Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji in them also. And when we truly begin to see Guru Sahib within everybody, it becomes harder to hate, harder to slander, and harder to hurt people. Because we are no longer interacting with only that individual, we are interacting with the light of Vaheguru within them. And the second golden rule, perhaps the most important foundation of Gurmat, which again has been talked about, but I would like to talk about it again, is Naam Simran. Because in Gurmat, everything comes back to Naam. Without Naam, everything else is just empty talk. Simrat, Ved, Quran, Karan, Pothiyan, Naam Bina, Sab Kool, Gali Bochiyan. All peace, all strength, all wisdom, everything comes from Vaheguru. So the question is, how do we connect to that source? And the answer is through Naam Simran. Naam is the connection. But what really is Naam? How do we do Naam? Is Naam Simran really waking up at 2 o'clock or going to the jungles and renouncing? And is that what Naam Simran is? Repeating Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru anywhere you are is Naam Simran. Doing Nitnim, reading your Bani, that is all Naam Simran. Listening to Kirtan, doing Kirtan, listening to Katha, Satsang, everything is Naam Simran. Just like a smart device connects to the internet through Wi-Fi, we connect to Vaheguru through Naam. And through that connection, Sikhi slowly begins flowing into our lives naturally. The mind becomes calmer, speech becomes kinder, and ego begins to weaken. And slowly, we do not have to struggle to apply Sikhi in our lives. I'd like to share a beautiful Shabad, which is a conversation between Bhagat Namdev Ji and Bhagat Tilochan Ji, where Bhagat Tilochan Ji questions Bhagat Namdev Ji, saying that you are too busy in your work and your everyday life, and you've forgotten Akal Purkh, you've forgotten Vaheguru. And Bhagat Namdev Ji responds saying, Nama kahe Tilochana, mukh te naam samal, haath paon kar kaam sab, cheet niranjan naam. Doing all our work, fulfilling all our responsibilities, managing our challenges, but staying dedicated and connected to Vaheguru Ji. And I feel that is what living Sikhi truly is. And just like the lotus flower, which rises above muddy water, through bringing Sikhi into our lives, we too can rise above the challenges of today's world and I'd like to contribute with this beautiful shabad that Gurbani describes the state. Brahmyani Sadandale, Jaise Jal Mein Kamalale. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Maybe there's a divine intervention, isn't it? Hello, I wanted to say thank you to Kuljit, and while he was talking, as the skit preparation comes onto the stage, I had a reflection about, there's a hashtag going around called Sunday Sikhs. You only make your appearance on the Sunday at the Gurdwara, because after all, Hazrita ho jati hai na. Modern culture has deeply commercialized the concept of self-care, turning it into an individualistic pursuit of comfort, and it tells us to protect our energy, isolate ourselves, focus purely on me, me, me. But the true seva, as Kuljit pointed out, and you've seen the example on the slides, is something like doing a water borehole project or charity work that RYA does. Now that kind of work definitely requires sacrificing time, money, comfort for people we don't even know. Exactly what he said about doing the dishes that have you ever tried. So at this moment you're seeing some activity on the stage. There is a small skit that has been presented to you, designed by Harjot Singh, the Vice Chair of Ramgarhia Youth Association. And also for those of you who are coming in, you might have noticed a beautiful modern depiction at the back for the Ramgarhia Center, as well as so much more Lego and quote at the back. You could just turn around and have a look at the back. Find some time to have a look at all of the hard work that the students of the Pathshala have done. So I believe they are ready to begin, and let's allow them to take over and indulge you on a very interesting and exciting skit about Sikhi Simplified.
वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह। So in front of you, I'm sure a lot of people must be wondering, Kiki, what I know. It's been a long day, so why not just make a bit of a light refreshment for everyone, mentally and physically. So today we live in a world that is more connected than ever before. Yet many young people feel more disconnected than ever. From their purpose, from their identity, and sometimes even from their own faith. We are surrounded by endless notifications, endless opinions, and endless distractions. We spend hours searching for acceptance, trying to fit in, trying to be seen, trying to discover who we truly are. And in the middle of all this noise, many young people are asking a simple question. What does Sikhi mean to me today? Is it just tradition? Or is it just something passed on down by our parents? Or is it something much deeper than that? The skit you're about to watch takes place in an ordinary classroom with ordinary students facing ordinary challenges. But through a simple conversation, they discover an extraordinary truth. That Sikhi was never meant to be that complicated. It was never meant to separate us from the world. It was meant to teach us how to live in it. With courage, humility, compassion, truth, and love. As you watch, you may see a little bit of yourself in these characters. Their questions are our questions. their struggles are our struggles, and perhaps their answers can become our answers too. So in front of you today we have Tegwa, who's playing as Arjun. We have Kabir, who's Anand. We have Harinder playing as Happy. And you have Sanmeet playing as Simran. You have Khushi playing as Jasleen. We have another Khushi in the building playing as Maya. And we also have a teacher played by Sanya. So, Sat Sangatji, we proudly present Sikhi in the classroom. Please enjoy.
Arjun, bro, did you finish the assignment?
Nah, bro, the moment was so much about the work.
Bro, did you see your wife or your Wi-Fi?
Bro, can't hold up. Wi-Fi.
Yo, can someone help me with hotspot real quick?
Okay, not to maintain my Wi-Fi. It's finished it.
Your internet is 6-7. Wow, I leave for 2 minutes and this classroom turns into a boga market.
Miss, we were just talking about the Pajaman on the topic yesterday.
I was even there yesterday, guys.
Bro, are you also here? Sachi,
As much as I enjoyed your commentary of yesterday, let's move on to today's topic. Today's topic is Sikhi. Miss, please give us a homework. Surprise test, just not another lecture. No. Relax. Happy, are you okay? Okay, so today we'll have no lecture, neither will have any assignment. Today we'll just have an honest conversation.
Wait, a conversation? About what exactly?
A conversation about how young people feel disconnected with religion today. Now, tell me honestly, what comes to your mind when you hear the word religion?
Honestly, I'd say truth.
Pressure?
Being forced to wake up early on Sunday. Judgment.
I'd say praying without understanding.
I'd say faith.
Wait, what do you mean by faith?
Having faith in God. Interesting. Now, what about Dharam? Peace, maybe? Having faith or
Your phone ringing.
What are we talking about? Lagna Sikhi bane?
What to I'd say meditation.
Exactly. Religion without understanding can become a routine. But Dharam is a connection. A connection with yourself, a connection with humanity, and a connection with Bible. Now, I have another question for you. If someone drops their wallet in class, what would you do? Low-key, depends how much money is inside.
Depends whose it is.
Depends who's watching.
Hey, Maya likes Maya.
I would definitely return to the owner because God is watching. And that is where your values are tested. Not when everyone is watching, but when nobody is watching. So Sikhi is more about actions than appearance. Exactly. Sikhi is all about respecting your parents, being humble even when you're successful, being honest in your exams, controlling your anger.
May studying for A-level should count as advanced spirituality.
Honestly, even the saints will struggle there.
Adi,
Lagna Sikhi bane?
Yeah, is London the only thing you think about?
Lagda hai?
Yeah.
Arjun, pay attention in class. Let me ask you one more question. What again are the core values of Sikhi in our daily lives?
Sat, which means truth.
Nimrata, which is humility.
Daya, which is compassion.
Pyar, which is love. Finally, class is over.
I didn't want them to stop, but there's a second part to it, so we have to keep some suspense. Social media, you know, feeds our ahankar through the likes and validation. Targeted ads, consumer culture, boost our greed, and of course material attachment the more. And then finally you get angry when you're not getting what you need. So I think that's just a bit of a touch they've tried to do over here. Another big round of applause for them. They've done that. And let's see what happens in part 2 of the classroom. Sada jehda agla speaker hai, we meet him all the time. Yani ji stands up so nicely, does the ardas, Pak Puja, lecture, and so much more. I had to ask him personally, 5 minute vaste, Yani ji, I don't know anything about you. Tadi bio mein Wikipedia to thodi karni hai. But in the few minutes, this is what I learned about him. He's somebody who grew up in Ludhiana. He was inspired by Bindrpal Singh, who also gave him Amrit. And then he got into the habit of going to the Gurudwara as his mother encouraged him. Othe jaake he says, "Aisi lagan lagi." The rest is history for him. Gyani ji is, if you don't know, has another talent. He's actually an artist, a painter. He has acquired a Gurmat diploma in Sikhism and history. He's been with all of us here, I'm sure, since 2020. Let's give a round of applause for Gyani Ravindra Singh to give us some insight on that.
आज सब तो पहला सतगुरु पातशाह जी बख्शी हुई फतेह दी सांझ करिए जी। प्यार और सत्कार नाल आखो जी वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा वाहिगुरू जी। मेरे तो पहला बहुत बड़े बड़े विद्वान उन्होंने आप दे नाल सिक्खी बारे गुरबाणी बारे सांझ की है। तो मेरे मैं कुछ लैके नहीं आया, भाव कुछ लिखा नहीं होया, पर मेरे को कुछ गुरबाणी का सिक्खी का अपना ही तजर्बा है जो मैं थोड़े नाल साझा करना है सब। सो कुछ समस्या जी सब तो पहला साडे कोले आती है, परिवारां कोले, साडे प्रचारकां कोले, गुरुद्वारे की प्रबंधक कमेटी कोले कि नौजवान सिक्खी तो दूर जा रहे हैं। सब तो बड़ी समस्या है। सो ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਾਂ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰਕ ਕਸੂਰਵਾਰ ਕਿ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ? ਜਾਂ ਮਾਤਾ ਪਿਤਾ ਤੋਂ, ਜਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰਕਾਂ ਤੋਂ, ਜਾਂ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੋਂ। ਤੇ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਮਾਤਾ ਪਿਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣਗੇ? ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਜੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਬਹੁਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਵੀ ਹੈ तो पिता अपने कामों से बुझा हुआ है, क्योंकि माता अपने जो है काम घर के कामों से उलझी हुई है। सो कई बार फिर उस तो बाद जब बच्चे बड़े हो जाते हैं, साढ़े हाथों निकल जाते हैं ऐसा जो आता है मुकाम कि फिर वो साड़ी नहीं सुनते, सानू सुनाते हैं। क्योंकि जो कच्ची मिट्टी होती है ना, मिट्टी को जिदा मर्जी ढा जिदा मर्जी उदा बना लो, फिर जो वो पक जाती है ना, फिर वो टुटती है, और कुछ असं बना नहीं सकते। इस करके सानू चाहिए है सिक्खी का छोटे बच्चों को छोटे होंदे तो ही असीं उन्हां नूं ढाल लईए। सानू पता है कि सिक्खी इन्हां दे लई सिक्खी मार्ग जिहड़ा है सब तो सही है। ते इस करके सानू चाहिए कि पेरेंट्स को सब तो पहला मां गुरु होंदी है, पिता गुरु। जो माता की गोद के बच्चा है तो शुरू तो असं चाहते हाँ, क्योंकि बाद में साढ़े को पछतावा ही रह जाता है कि हम बच्चे हाथों निकल गए ने। एक ये भी प्रॉब्लम होती है कि मैं देखता कि कई सिख परिवारों के बच्चे वो पंजाबी भी बोल सकते ना, वो पंजाबी समझते नहीं, क्योंकि इसी घर के उन्होंने पंजाबी बोलते सिखाते नहीं। फिर जब वो पंजाबी बोल पढ़ सकते हैं, फिर गुरबाणी का बहुत दूर की गल है सिक्खी गुरबाणी। सो उन्होंने घर के घट्टो घट्ट पंजाबी के जरूर गल करो, क्योंकि गुरबाणी का गंद जिन्ना गुरमुखी के है ना, उन्ना होर भाषा के नहीं है। सो आओ मैं अपनी जिंदगी का तजर्बा थोड़े नाल ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਇੱਕ ਜੀਵਨ ਜਾਚ ਹੈ। ਸਿੱਖੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜੀਣਾ ਸਿਖਾਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਦੋ ਹੀ ਰਸਤੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਜਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਰਸਤੇ ਤੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਮਨ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਉਦਾਂ ਕਰੀਏ, ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਦੱਸੇ ਰਸਤੇ ਤੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾ ਤਜਰਬਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਮੈਂ ਕੋਈ ਲਿਖ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ 20-21 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਉਮਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਮ ਬੱਚੇ ਖੇਡਦੇ ਨੇ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟਸ ਦਾ ਬੜਾ ਸ਼ੌਂਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਲਾਈਫ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਾਸਕਟਬਾਲ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੱਕ ਖੇਡਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹਾਂ। ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਹੋਰ ਵੇਟ ਲਿਫਟਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਇੱਕ ਆਮ ਬੱਚੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਮ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਮਿਲ ਗਈ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਉੱਧਰ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ। ਹੁਣ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੁਰੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿ ਆਮ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠਣਾ, ਪਰ ਸਪੋਰਟਸ ਦਾ ਬੜਾ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਸੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ। ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਬੈਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਪੇਨ ਰਹਿਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਨੇ ਸਲਾਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟਸ ਛੱਡ ਦੇ। ਮੇਰੇ ਮਾਤਾ ਜੀ, ਸਾਡਾ ਲੁਧਿਆਣੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਘਰ ਹੈ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਗਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਉਹ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ 5 ਮਿੰਟ ਦਾ ਰਸਤਾ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੇ ਮਾਤਾ ਜੀ ਜਾਇਆ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਨ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸੁਣਨ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਬੇਟਾ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਗਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੰਗਤ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦੂਰ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਮੈਂ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਜਾ। ਇਹ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਬੱਚੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਮੰਨਦੇ। ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਪੜਦਾਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੀ, ਘਰੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉਹ ਪਾਠ ਕਰਿਆ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਨ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ 4 ਵਜੇ ਉੱਠ ਕੇ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨ ਕਰਨਾ। ਸੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੋਟੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬੱਚਿਓ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕਿਆ ਕਰੋ ਬਾਣੀ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਸੀ, ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੋਈ ਪੂਰਵ ਜਨਮ ਅੰਕੁਰ ਜਬ ਪਰਟੀ ਭੇਟਿਓ ਪੁਰਖ ਰਸਕ ਪੈਰਾ ਬਿਟਿਓ ਦੇਨ ਬਿਰਤਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਨਮ ਜਨਮ ਦੀ ਸੋਈ ਜਾਗੀ। ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੋਈ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਦਾਸ ਮਾਤਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਬੇਟਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦੂਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਗਿਆ ਜੁਗਨਵਾਲ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਮੈਂ ਸੰਗਤ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਿਆ। ਭਾਈ ਪਿੰਦਰਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਉਦੋਂ ਕਥਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਥਾ ਸੁਣੀ, ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸੁਣਿਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਥਾ ਤੋਂ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵਿਤ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਪਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ। ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਸੀਗੇ, ਘਰੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਏ, ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਛਕਾਇਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾ ਤਜਰਬਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਛਕਣ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਤਜਰਬਾ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਪਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ, ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਵੇਲੇ ਉੱਠਣਾ ਚਾਹ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਵਿੱਚ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਸੇ ਟੁੱਟੇ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਉਤਾਰ ਚੜਾਅ ਵੀ ਆਇਆ। ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਵੇਲੇ ਉੱਠਣਾ, 5 ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਪਾਠ ਕਰਨਾ, ਫਿਰ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਕਥਾ ਸੁਣਨੀ, ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸੁਣਨਾ, ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਨੀ। ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਇਹੀ ਸੋਚਣਾ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦੀ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹ ਹੋਣਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਰਤ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਕੇ ਰਹਿ ਰਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਭੱਜਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ। ਪਰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਕੀ ਮਿਲਿਆ? ਉੱਥੋਂ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ 20 ਸਾਲ ਗੁਜ਼ਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਭ ਗਲਤ ਸੀ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਗਲਤ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਬਰਬਾਦ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਚ ਪੰਕਤੀਆਂ ਜੋ ਮਹਾਉਦਿਆਨ में मार्ग पावे तो साधु संग जोत प्रगटावे कि मैंने कोई रस्ता मिल गया, मैंने कोई मिशन मनोथ है। भाई प्राप्त मानक देव या गोविंद मिलन की जिंदगी मैंने तो सुनिया नहीं सी कि परमात्मा को मिलन का इतना मनुखा की कितनी कीमती है कि श्वास कितना कीमती है। श्वास को जारी नहीं जानते। सो इस तरह ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਬੱਚੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਕਾਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਲਾਭ ਹੈ। ਕਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਤਨ ਦੀ ਰਹਿਤ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖ ਦਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਦ੍ਰਿੜਤਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲਣ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਤੀਕ ਹੈ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਰਹਿਤ ਆਤਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਬਲਵਾਨ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਤਨ ਦੀ ਰਹਿਤ ਇਹ ਦਰਸਾਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖ ਆਪਣੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਦੱਸੇ ਮਾਰਗ ਤੇ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਪਰਪੱਕ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਹੈ। ਮਾਸਟਰ ਤਾਰਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਕਾਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਲਾਭ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ। ਤੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਇੰਦਰਭੂਸ਼ਣ ਬੈਨਰਜੀ ਜੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਵਿਚਾਰਧਾਰਾ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਗੋਵਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਵਿਚਾਰਧਾਰਾ ਗੁਆਚ ਨਾ ਜਾਏ, ਇਸ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਕਕਾਰ ਲਾਜ਼ਮੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੋ ਤਜਰਬਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਪਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਨਾ, ਫਿਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵਿਤ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੁਰਾਣੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਬਦਲ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਇਉਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਦਿਨ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹੋ, ਕਿਰਤ ਕਰਦੇ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਕਾ ਜੋ ਸਿੱਖ ਖਾਏ ਸੋ ਭਲਕੇ ਉਠ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਰੇ ਭਲਕੇ ਪਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜੀਵਨ 'ਚ ਪਲਟਾ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਇਉਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਬਲੈਕ ਐਂਡ ਵਾਈਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜੀਵਨ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਕਲਰਫੁਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਬਲੈਕ ਐਂਡ ਵਾਈਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਨਵਾਂ ਰੰਗ ਭਰ ਗਿਆ। ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਹੈ, ਜੀਵਨੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਜੀਵਨ ਪਾਇਆ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਭਾਏ ਰਾਮ, ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਦੇਵੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਣ ਵਸਾਏ ਰਾਮ, ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਮੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਣ ਵਸਾਏ, ਸਭ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਦੁੱਖ ਗਵਾਏ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਭੁੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਗਏ ਹੋ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੇਨ ਸੀਗਾ ਉਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਵੱਡੇ ਸੁੱਖ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਨੰਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਹ ਕੇਵਲ ਇੱਕ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰੂ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਤਜਰਬਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਜੀਵਨ, ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਪਾਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਲੇ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਸਮਰਪਣ ਹੋਗੇ, ਉੱਪਰੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਛਕ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਨਿਭਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਤਨ ਮਨ ਧਨ ਸਭ ਸੌਂਪ ਕੋ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਆਨੰਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਨੁੱਖਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾ ਮਨੋਰਥ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਇਹ ਬੜਾ ਹੀ ਉੱਚਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਲੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਬਣਨਾ, ਗੁਰੂ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਮਹੱਤਵ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਬੰਦਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਲਾ ਬਣਦਾ ਨਾ, ਫਿਰ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਲੇ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬੱਲਬ ਵੀ ਜਗ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਅੰਦਰ ਲਾਈਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਸੋ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਰਪਿਤ ਕਰ ਦੋਗੇ, ਫਿਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਉਹ ਸਮਝ ਆਉਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਕਿ ਆਨੰਦ ਭਿਆ ਮੇਰੀ ਮਾਏ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਮੈਂ ਪਾਇਆ। ਇੱਕ ਪੰਕਤੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਢੁੱਕੂਗੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਤੇ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਤਾਂ ਪਾਇਆ ਸਹਿਜ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਮਨ ਬਚੀਆਂ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਮਨ ਬਚੀਆਂ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ। ਅੱਗੇ ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਰਾਗ ਰਤਨ ਪਰਵਾਰ ਭਰੀਆਂ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਗਾਵਣੀਆਂ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਹੀ ਸੰਗੀਤ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਧਰ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਬਲਹਾਰੀ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਵਸਿਆ ਤੇਰਾ ਅੰਤ ਨਾ ਜਾਈ ਰੱਖਿਆ। ਇਹ ਕੇਵਲ ਇੱਕ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਰਾਗ ਰਤਨ ਪਰਵਾਰ ਇਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਫੀਲ ਹੋਊਗਾ। ਰਾਗ ਰਤਨ ਪਰਵਾਰ ਭਰੀਆਂ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਗਾਵਣੀਆਂ, ਸ਼ਬਦੋਂ ਦਾ ਗਾਵੋ ਹਰੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਮਨ ਜਿਹੀ ਵਸਾਇਆ, ਕਹਿ ਨਾਨਕ ਆਨੰਦ ਹੋਆ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਮੈਂ ਪਾਇਆ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਜੀਵਨ 'ਚ ਆਨੰਦ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਜੀਵਨ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਖੇੜਾ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਜੀਵਨ ਚਾਹ ਫਿਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਤ੍ਰਿਪਤ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਕਿਸੇ ਪਾਸਿਓਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਮਨੁੱਖਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੀਮਤੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਣਾ, ਸਮਾਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲੱਗ ਕੇ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਵੀ ਜੀਵਨ ਬਤੀਤ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਰਪਿਤ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਦੇਖੀਏ, ਫਿਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਕੀ ਮਹੱਤਤਾ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਵਿਚਾਰਾਂ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਭੁੱਲਾਂ ਚੁੱਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਹੱਤਤਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਫਤਿਹ ਬੁਲਾਓ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
बहुत धन्यवाद. We're definitely going to have part 2 of the skit. Stand by for that. But now another living experience of a very humble girl. I almost picked up purple color to wear similar. Let's give a round of applause for just Kiran to come and give her story. Jaskiran Mataro is the member of the Secretariat of the Sikh Council of Africa. She is a senior in the Sri Gurudwara Ramgarhia Youth Association School GPA 4 student. She's currently doing her A-levels. She's the youngest Sikh in Africa to perform the Zafarnama in the Farsi language. She's participated in many international conferences and presented papers and presentations on Sikh faith at the University of Nairobi. Jaskiran, all yours.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I know everyone must be thinking कि कोई lecture सुनना पड़ना है, ऊपरों जा भी चाहिए ना, everyone must be tired. But I'll promise I'll try not to bore you, I'll try to keep it short. मेरा नाम Jaskiran Kaur Matharo, I'm 17 years old, and today I'll be talking about my personal journey through Sikhi. Jithe I'll be focusing on two key aspects. Pehla aspect A कि मेरी journey किदा शुरू हुई ते गुरमत सिक्ख्या दा मेरी mindset, मेरी life ते मेरी understanding of अकाल पुरख वाहिगुरू जी विच की contribution रहा. ते दूसरा aspect A कि मैंने की internal challenges face करने पड़े ते Sikhi the principles से चलते हुए मैं उन्हें किदा resolve किया. I'll try to speak in simple Punjabi and English ताकि इथे बैठी सारी संगत समझ सके. नाले आज का प्रोग्राम भी Sikhi Simplified है. असी बहुत simplified manner विच Sikhi बारे गलबात करेंगे. पहले मैं तुम्हारे नाल ये शेयर करना चाहनी हाँ कि किदा असी अपने Sikhi ते धर्म को निभाते हुए भी अपनी education, अपना career, social life, ते lifestyle maintain कर सकते हैं. Even in the 21st century, despite peer pressure and modernization, I tell you, it is possible. ते जेड़ा आ impossible समझते हैं, तब मैंने लगता है कि शायद वो Sikhi तो totally पहले ही तैयार बैठे हैं. Proudly, आज मैं थाने दसना चाहनी हूँ कि मेरी Sikhi journey की शुरुआत कराने वाली मेरी mother है. It all started जब मैं toddler सी, maybe about 2 to 3 years old. हर रात को मेरी मॉम मैंने bedtime stories सुनाती थी, like Snow White या और Disney stories. But last story हमेशा एक साखी होती थी. Simple Punjabi language which in a fun and animated style with साखी सुनानी. You know, it almost made it sound like an adventure. I remember मेरे brother the favorite साखी पंजा साहिब वाली साखी थी, for those who know it. And then I started going to school, and with the help of my teachers and parents, I started doing well in studies. और असी courage mostly पंजाबी बोलती सी. जो मेरे पास था एक encouragement सी कि अपने धर्म नाल, अपने mother tongue नाल, अपनी roots नाल जुड़े रहने विच. So साखियाँ पहला step सी towards Sikhi, and this now was the second big step. उन school विच mostly असी English बोलते सी, ते घर विच पंजाबी, which created a very fine balance between the two languages. तीजी एफर्ट जो मेरे मॉम ने पाई कि स्कूल जाने तो पहले जितनी भी बार हो सके मूल मंत्र का पाठ जरूर करके जाना है. ते फिर मॉम ने 5 पौड़ियाँ जपजी साहब दियाँ रिसाइट करनी तो मैं फॉलो करना. फिर एक पौड़ी ऐड होती गई ते 6 साल की उम्र विच मैंने जपजी साहब याद हो गया. तैयार होने तो लेके स्कूल जाने तक मॉम ने मेरे को पाठ सुन लेना. What I mean to say is कि एक बच्चे के कैरेक्टर ਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੀ ਮਦਰ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਰੋਲ ਹੈ. A child's character is a reflection of his mother's values and the cultural upbringing that she passes on to the child. And in Sikhi, a mother is given a very special place, with only Vaheguruji and the Gurujis being above her in the hierarchy of respect. So our mothers are the third in the hierarchy. Then I was about 7 years old, जो मेरे parents को SGR Government School का पता लगा, तो मेरा admission करवा दिया. और every Saturday मैं Government School जाने लग पई. ते 35 that's Punjabi alphabet सीखी, Sikh history पढ़नी शुरू की थी, कीर्तन सीखना शुरू किया. Then चौपे साहिब, जाप साहिब, आनंद साहिब ते और बाणियाँ सीखियाँ. श्री गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी का पाठ करना भी सीखिया. गुरमत स्कूल ने encourage किया कि जेड़े बच्चे ने गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी का पाठ सीखा है वो अखंड पाठ दी ड्यूटीज भी लगाउन. तो फिर मैं ड्यूटीज भी लगाउन लग पई, ना हुक्मनामा लेना भी सीखिया अंडर गैनीजी's guidance. ते इस चीज़ से मैंने प्रॉम्प्ट किया ते मैं फ्लुएंटली ते एक्यूरेटली कर सहज पाठ करने लग पई, अगेन अंडर माय मॉम्स सुपरविजन. स्कूल की पढ़ाई में भी गुड ग्रेड्स अचीव करती रही. आई डिडंट इवन रियलाइज कि स्कूल की पढ़ाई एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज लाइक nature trips, tree planting, art competitions, sports like basketball and hockey, they नाल गुरमत सीखा भी almost complete हो गई. क्योंकि एक तो छोटे होते पढ़ाई का प्रेशर भी कट होता है, and secondly at a tender age it's easier to mold the mindset of a child towards Sikhi. Then on one hand, school which many leadership opportunities मिले, such as being the head girl, assembly coordinator, being the team leader. दूजे पासे गुरमत स्कूल विच एक वखरा ही एक्सपोजर मिलिया. मैंने कई तरह के स्पीच कॉन्टेस्ट विच पार्टिसिपेट करने मिलिया, जिदे नाल मेरी नॉलेज और बढ़ती गई. I still remember my first speech speech on Seva, which I delivered at Gurdwara Landis, I understood the correct meaning of Seva. Satgur ki Seva safal hai, je ko kare chitla hai. We should serve our Guru Sahib. The Guru Sahib की सेवा कितना करनी है? Guru Sahib के teachings को follow करनी है. The teachings किया. गुरु सतगुरु का जो सिख खाए, सो पल के उठे नाम ध्यान. आप सवेरे पल के यानी जल्दी उठिए. The Guru Sahib का दिता हुआ नित्य करिए. Okay, I want to raise your hands. इतो कौन हरमंदिर साहिब बंगला साहिब जा चुके हैं? How many of us? That's a good number. जे तुसी गए और you must have even seen it on the news. Renowned industrialists or politicians उथे जाके पांडिया की सेवा करते हैं, जोड़िया की सेवा करते हैं. I think असी वही humility अपना सकते हैं. We can be humble and do seva. In fact, the next time when you come to this Gurdwara Sahib, Ramgarhia Gurdwara Sahib Pangani, you will find on the early hours of Sunday mornings, Mr. Manvinder Singh Jandu, Mr. Manjeet Singh Sethi, Mr. Amarjeet Singh Gahir, doing Prontiyan di Seva, the kitchen Seva, while reciting Simran. And it sets an excellent example to the youth that despite being renowned entrepreneurs, despite being successful entrepreneurs, holding key positions within the community, not just at Ramgarhia Gurdwara Sahib, you can participate in Seva, and it sets an example about communal kitchen Seva. Although I must say they do make excellent frontier. So every Sunday you must come and try them. And at the same time it sets a very simple and powerful message कि असी जो तो किचन में आने हैं सिर्फ ladies का काम नहीं है. Men can also play a role for that seva, which depicts the gender equality message that was emphasized by our Gurujis. Moving on, 2019 which Hempwood Foundation USA ने New Jersey America ਵਿੱਚ एक Sikhi symposium conduct ਕੀਤਾ. 10 साल की उम्र ਵਿੱਚ मैं अपने speech competition ਵਿੱਚ participate ਕੀਤਾ and एक international platform लिया सिखण ਦਾ. Fellow Sikh students जो mostly USA ने UK ਦੇ ਸੀ, मैं उन्हें ਨਾਲ interact ਕੀਤਾ. And I must say मैं बहुत impressed थी when I witnessed their Sikhi knowledge, their kirtan and different musical instruments, their exposure or the application of Sikhi knowledge to day-to-day life, their thought processes, their togetherness and their unity. And that motivated me to learn a lot more on Sikhi, kirtan and string instruments, such that now I'm pursuing the Dilruba. पर मैं एक और बड़ा माइलस्टोन शेयर करना चाहती हूँ. 14 साल की उम्र में SGRR साउथ से गुरुद्वारा साहिब हुए महाराज जस्सा सिंह रामगढ़िया कॉन्फ्रेंस विच मैं की स्पीकर सी. And I was overwhelmed. I was with my fellow Gurmat school colleague and we performed in front of 350 guests locally and from overseas who had in-depth and mature knowledge on Maharaja Jassa Singh Ramgarhia and Sikh history in general. It was a great opportunity to learn about the Sikh confederacies, जिन्होंने अपना Sikh मिसना करनिया. तो मेरे पता लगा सारे legendary Sikh leaders था, like Maharaja Jassa Singh Ramgarhia, Sardar Jassa Singh Ahluwalia, Sardar Hari Singh Nalwa, Maharaja Ranjit Singh, just to name a few, जो गुरु गोबिंद सिंह जी दे नक्शे कदम ते चल के या उन्हें follow करके Sikh Raj establish करने successful हुए. And I felt proud. सारे Sikh history ਵਿੱਚ इन्हें बड़े warriors हैं, जिन्हें दे sacrifices करके, बुलंद हौसले करके, आज असी थे राज मान रहे हैं. Alongside, मैंने स्कूल वालों East and Central Africa Morgan United Nations ਵਿੱਚ भी delegate के तौर पे participate करने का मौका मिला. My involvement in Gurmat school and the seminars and conferences that I participated in allowed me to develop broader thinking, how to deliver speeches, stage presence, which then led me to perform at MUN and attain the Best Delegate Award. Is knowledge the experience now, the different religions, cultures, the backgrounds तो आए हुए students ना पूरे confidence ना गलबात कर पाई. इस सारी knowledge gain करने के बाद मैंने University of Nairobi ਵਿੱਚ एक lecture deliver करने का मौका मिला, along with a fellow colleague. उत्थे असी oneness of God the presentation की थी from the Sikh perspective, and it felt nice to see के Kenyan students as well as different interfaith and religious lecturers Guru Nanak Dev Ji their teachings na, the Sikhism na impressed me. And all this paved my way into the Sikh Council of Africa.
where I became a member of the secretariat. क्योंकि सी गुरमत स्कूल में seminars के conferences के दौरान meetings attend करना, meeting minutes लेना, discussions करना, activities organize करना सीख चुकी थी. Sikh history पढ़ते research करते and came across the Zafarnama written by Guru Gobind Singh Ji in Persian. तो मेरे मन में जिसमें याद करने एक छाप पैदा हो गया. I found the Zafarnama so powerful that it drove my passion to recite it last year in 2025. पहला मैंने SJR गुरुद्वारा साहिब, दूसरा मैंने रामगढ़िया गुरुद्वारा साहिब पंगानी, तीसरा मैंने second plenary session of Sikh Council of Africa के दौरान Johannesburg, South Africa, which Zafarnama recite and the mauka मिला. And I learned from the Zafarnama to have absolute and complete trust in the Bible while doing your best. Kenya which performed करने वाला मैंने international children's platforms which we participate in the mauka मिला in Abu Dhabi, in Geneva, in Rome. The child representative बन के बच्चियों के problems discuss करता था. What I mean to say is the spiritual, social, the academic achievements ना मिलेंगे, ते हो सकते हैं. Social and career goals to achieve करने सब Sikhi sideline करने की लोड़ नहीं है. सब Sikhi साडी guideline बन के सब राह दिखाती है. It paves our path. It acts as a navigator. It's like the GPS of our life. Sikhi ethos and values like compassion, that's there, nimarta, contentment, sandok, which instill ho jate hain. But this was my Gurmat journey over my 17 years. I've talked about my successes, and now I like to focus on the internal challenges that I faced during the phases of my Sikhi journey. Not only me, but I think almost everyone present here do face some common internal challenges, like anxiety, stress, overthinking. We all feel anxious. At one point or the other, like the youth, we just finished our exams, marks are stressing. Will we be able to perform well? For the adults, will we be able to get the job? Will we be able to tick off a certain goal? We are scared whether things will turn out to be our way or not. It's completely normal, even I feel anxious. But इधर जवाबी गुरबानी की बोलती है कि जागो चिंता बहुत नहीं व्यापार लो. जो तो सी बहुत सोचते हैं. When we take excessive anxiety and stress, we are automatically at unease. पर इलाज भी बानी ही देती है कि कतिक हो गए साथ संग इनसे सब है सोच. जो गुरु की संगत ना करना, जो तो सी गुरुद्वारे आने हैं, दरबार में बैठते हैं, कीर्तन सुनते हैं, नाल गाने हैं, कथा सुनते हैं, अपन सानू पॉजिटिव ते अपलिफ्टिंग वाइब्रेशंस मिलते हैं, जिहदे नाल साडी स्ट्रेस ते एंजाइटी दूर हो जाती है. सांस सिमरो गोबिंद, मन अंदर की उतरे चिन. हर एक श्वास नाल, हर एक ब्रेथ नाल असी उस वाइब्रेशन का जो नाम लेते हैं, मेडिटेट करते हैं, the anxiety within our mind departs. कभी anxious होना forces us to self-reflect. Study problems किया. What is the root cause of our problems? ते असी उन problems को सीख के उन्हें लो analyze करके वो consciously जीवन कितना जी सकते हैं. Another challenge that majority of the youth face is peer pressure. सारे peers, सारे friends सब pressurize करते. Let's be rebellious. Let's do something bad. I will tell you, you want to be very proud of yourself that कुछ खराब करेगा. पर इतना सिर्फ एक ही क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूँगी कि जेड़े बंदे थानू कोई गलत काम करने इनकरेज कर दिया कि वो सचमुच सारे दोस्त are they really our friends? जेड़े true friends are the ones जो सानू motivate कर दे कि let's do something good. Let's आज Sunday let's go to the Gurudwara या आज तो असी जो भी साइड रोज करना है. Let's कोई अच्छी हॉबी सीखनी है. I think सारी friend list में सब तो पहला नाम वाहिगुरु जी का होना चाहिए. Let's make Vaiguruji our best friend, and you can witness the transformation within yourself. I'm thankful to East African Ramgarhia Board and Ramgarhia Youth Association for this platform. और गुरुद्वारे में तो इस तरह के efforts जो पाए जाते हैं, जिसे Sikh speakers साधारण कोई गाल करते हैं, सब कुछ समझाते हैं, सारे दिमाग में पूरी questions शुरू हो जाते हैं. We start thinking about other stuff. Non-vegetarian diet खानी चाहिए या नहीं? Should we be in consumption of any substance of intoxication? And those who do not consume any of this are usually looked down upon. That they're not cool enough, they're not modern enough. And by saying so, I'm not saying that we should be extreme. extremists. We shouldn't be militants, but basic discipline of Sikhism तो होना चाहिए. असी करवे कुछ तक rules maintain कर दें in our workplaces, in schools. We have rules, we have discipline. So why not adopt Sikhi discipline? जिस Sikhi discipline नहीं रखेंगे, तो सारे forthcoming generations will not have a hint of Sikhism, and the basic principles of Sikhism are just gonna go away. There'll be a potential risk. And it is सारे न पता है कि consumption of a non-vegetarian diet या intoxicating substances is discouraged both scientifically भी ते गुरसिखी मर्यादा अनुसार भी. So we cannot use के गुरसिखी सनु restrict कर दिया. Let's not use that excuse. मैं सारे को एक ही रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी कि पावे सारा लाइफस्टाइल कुछ भी हो गए, असी आज तो एक रूल बनाइए कि basic principles of Sikhism, नाम जपना, कीरत करनी, वन के छपना, let's adopt them into our daily lives. असी जो रोज नहीं आ सकते, तो at least regularly तो आ सकते हैं गुरुद्वारे. Why are we waiting for invitations? कि आप बंदे का सदा आएगा, नहीं मैं गुरुद्वारे जाऊँगा, नहीं तो मैं नहीं जाना. वाहिगुरु जी का invitation रोज होता है. आओ सिख सदगुरु के प्यारे, गाओ सच्ची वाणी. Why do we ignore that invitation? असी गुरुद्वारे आइए, छोटे बच्चे हैं तो बुजुर्गों ने लेके आइए. इनफैक्ट मैं तो यूथ लोग कहना चाहते तुसी अपने पेरेंट्स लेके आए करो गुरुद्वारे. यू ब्रिंग हियर, तुसी अपने ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स को लेके आए करो गुरुद्वारे. एक बार भी जैसे वाहिगुरु सिमरन करिए या बार ऐसी गुरु जी को याद करिए तो गुरु ने उसको बार याद करता है. आज सानू लोड़ है कि बिना किसी सेल्फिश मोटिव के, बिना किसी लालच या वाह दे असी गुरुद्वारे आइए, असी अपनी सिक्खी के बूटे को बचाइए. लेट्स रिफ्लेक्ट विद इन आवरसेल्व्स. अदरवाइज छोटे बच्चे को पढ़कर मिस देर नहीं लगती. इट इज अ वेरी ऑनेस्ट ट्रूथ. इन समरी मैंने लगता कि आज डिस्कस कितने गल्लां चुनी असी एक भी गल को फॉलो करिए तो सारा आज का सेशन मीनिंगफुल हो जाएगा. एंड आई लाइक टू कंक्लूड. मेरी खुद तक दी जर्नी कुछ खास अप्रिसिएशंस के बगैर पूरी नहीं हो सकती. जो भी कुछ मैं आज हैगी हाँ, जो भी कुछ मैं अचीवमेंट्स किए हैं, जो भी चैलेंजेस ओवरकम किए हैं, आई एम इटर्नली ग्रेटफुल. सब तो पहला अकाल पुरख वाहिगुरु जी दी जिन्हें जो हमेशा सारे अंग संग हैं. फिर अपने पेरेंट्स दी, अपने सेल्फ मोटिवेटेड यंगर ब्रदर अवजोत सिंह दी एंड SGR गुरमत स्कूल. My notable appreciation to Mr. Jaswinder Singh Karyana, who is the director of SGR Gurmat School. He not only had the vision of incorporating Sikh history into the syllabus, but encouraged all Gurmat School students to apply the Sikhi values and ethos into their daily lives. He continuously reviews and updates the Gurmat School syllabus for enhanced learning content for the students. Mrs. Mohinder Kaur Sira, who is the principal of SGR Gurmat School, along with the deputy, Mrs. Sarojit Kaur Jays, who emphasized the essence of discipline, progression, and academic excellence in Gurmat studies. Mrs. Davinder Kaur Karyal, who has been dedicated to teaching me Kirtan, Asa Diwan Kirtan, and Aarti, and Rags. Ganeshi Noor, जिन्होंने मेरे संध्या सिखाई. Last but not the least, I thank all my teachers at Gurmat School and academics who have played a pivotal role in my learning. Mrs. Ratan Kaur Chana, who has for continuous guidance and blessings throughout my journey. Of course, my fellow peers, without whom this journey would remain incomplete. And everyone who directly or indirectly has supported me, has guided me, has corrected me. The thought is any time for the बाद you have listened to me with such patience. I'm extremely grateful. As a Sikh, मैं काफी कुछ सीखा है, अजय भी सीख रही हूँ, and the learning continues. बोलना चुका दिखे माँ, जब मैं किसी ने hurt किया है, then my sincere apologies. अपनी blessings जरूर देखे जाना. वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह.
She's like a chota pataka, bada dhamaka ho gaya, isn't it? I want to package her and take her home so she can transmit the message. That was so beautiful and straight from the heart. May we have more children like her. Parents, I hope you're listening. She's requested you grandparents to accompany your young ones. We're going to come to the final part of our skit. As per that, there will be some question answer session. Maybe if there's room for a question answer, we'll do that. Otherwise, we would like to conclude the program with appreciation and and of course some garam cha. So another round of applause as they set it up, and thank you so much. Let's see what the classroom has to offer.
Wait, miss, I've got a serious question. Why Sikhi? What makes it different?
Why Sikhi? Because Sikhi is a balance. It doesn't teach you to run away from life. It teaches you how to live life properly. It teaches us Naam Japo, Kirti Karo, Vanda Chako. In English, which means remember God, work honestly, and share with others.
That actually sounds practical.
Because it is practical. Sikhi teaches us be spiritual but responsible. Be humble but fearless. Like Miri and Piri, exactly. Like Sant and Sipahi, saint and soldier. Strong outside but pure inside. People think practicing Sikhi means huge events, big speeches, but however, Sikhi starts with small practices. Myths, exactly like what? Like one honest conversation, one person doing seva quietly, and one family having dinner without their phones. Normally, miss, I see my friends using their phones in the bath. Exactly my point.
So technology itself isn't bad.
I agree, because you can use it to download apps to do your Nitnem anywhere, at any time, and you can use it for basic research about Sikhi.
Miss, honestly, being sick feels difficult these days.
Especially online, you post one thing and everything becomes a judge.
People criticize more than they guide.
That's because many youth are not leaving Sikhi, they are leaving judgment.
But social media makes everything worse. Everyone is trying to look perfect.
People post living my best life and crying 5 minutes later after posting an assignment.
Or taking pictures for 20 minutes before actually eating it.
Excuse you.
Excuse me.
Today's world teaches us comparison. Better clothes, better lifestyles, but in reality, people feel lost inside.
But many people are also struggling with an identity crisis.
What do you mean by identity crisis?
Everyone asks what looks cool, but very few ask what is right.
Sometimes fitting in feels better than standing out.
Especially when people judge appearance so quickly.
True, but Guru Gobind Singh Ji never created followers who hide. He created people who fight with courage for the truth, even when there are difficult times. Finally, class is over. Wait, sit down. One more thing before you leave. Just one. Remember, you're not going to be perfect overnight, but do not disconnect from your roots.
Maybe Sikhi isn't outdated.
Maybe people just misunderstand it.
It's not about being spiritual, it's about living truthfully.
Honestly, miss, for the first time, Sikhi feels something to me.
Because Sikhi was never meant to be complicated. It was meant for us to be better human beings.
Recognize all humanity as one.
Vaheguru lives in everyone.
While Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
I hope everyone enjoyed. I know it was short, and I've been told by many people at backstage that I wish we completed more. But yes, for the future events. I'm here to close the skit because today you witnessed a classroom. But this was never just about a classroom. It was about us. Every generation faces a challenge. The challenge of deciding what to hold on to and what to leave behind. The world tells us to follow trends. The Gurus taught us to follow truth. The world teaches comparison. The Gurus taught us compassion. The world teaches us to ask, what will people think of me? Sikhi teaches us to ask, what kind of person am I becoming? Our Gurus did not create followers who would simply fit in. They created individuals who would stand up for righteousness, serve humanity, protect the weak and live with integrity even when nobody is watching. The future of Sikhi will not be decided by how many people sit in a room. It will be decided by how many people carry these values in their everyday lives. When a student chooses honesty over cheating, when a friend chooses kindness over gossip, when a young person chooses courage over fear, when we see humanity before differences, that is Sikhi. And if there is one message we take home tonight, let it be this. You do not need to be perfect to begin your journey. You simply need the courage to take the first step. I'd like to thank all the characters that you witnessed here today. A big round of applause for Amit Paji, who has been a very pivot in this script. So the classroom is over, guys. I hope you like your teachers and you like your students. May we stay connected to our roots, inspired by our Gurus, and committed to becoming better humans every single day. So with that, let's say, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
I'd like to now call upon the final part of the program, just before appreciation, is going to question and answer, led by the moderator, Amit Singh Rajbans, who has served as a member on the East African Ramgarhia Youth Subcommittees, Vasaki 300, and also briefly with RYA in 2004. He's been on the main committees, Sikh Students Federation, I6, since 2002, as a committee member, treasurer and trustee, part of the organizing team, served as a lecturer, twice director for Sikh Youth Gurmat Week, which lasted over 17 successful youth weeks Magams. His seva as a trainer for community and professional skills development. He trained the RY youth on public speaking, hence you can see the confidence and difference. And finally, Amrit Pal's professional life, he is the services director for Africa and Europe at a global technology solutions company. We all know about Hewlett Packard Enterprise, and recently he completed his MBA, and the topic was a major in blockchain technology with honors. Amrit Palji, please take the stage. Thank you. Round of applause. Can I please request the speakers, Govin, Jaskiran and Gurjeet, to please come up. And Gyani Ravindra's ji, please, all of you please come up.
फतेह प्रवान करिए वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. And it's very nice to see that you all patients are sitting here, and we assure you that we will try and make the question and answer session very brief, but we thought it was important because there's a lot of questions that have come from the Sangha, that have come from youngsters, and youngsters such as myself. I don't know if I qualify to be one anymore. So I will just go right into the questions for the panel members. I hope everyone has a mic. Govind Singh, your topic was about spirituality versus religion, and you summarized it extremely well when you talked about the creation, the destruction, and the fact that everything came from the Kalpana Vaheguru, because the Kalpana Vaheguru manifested themselves. So the question is, on your presentation, there was a statement about a personal relationship with God. If I could ask you then, if someone was inspired to follow Sikh Dharma, and specifically in relation to your own personal journey, how and what should they prioritize, and how should they do it?
I think that's a very deep question, and I think there's no just one answer for that. Now, you see, all of us are on our own spiritual journeys, and all of us are on our own limits. So, you ask yourself, what is it that I am looking for in my life? And then you see how the Guru can provide that for you. I think the most important thing is to take one step. Charan saran guru ek paida jaicha, sadguru ko paida aage hoye dekha. So it's not about taking the right step towards the Guru, because for the Guru there is no right or wrong. Because if we ponder too much on what the right step is, you end up losing yourself into even failing to take one step. So whatever that one step is for you to take, I think the idea is to take it and for the Sadguru to do the rest. Our job is not to have any attainment or to have any achievement. I think our job is to find ourselves. And in the process of finding ourselves, you end up coming to the Guru. So I think it is just taking that one step, whatever it might be.
Okay, thank you very much, Govind Singh. ज्ञानी जी, अक्सर ये सुनन सवाल या विचार सुनिदा है कि अच्छे कर्म करने नाल बुरे काम मिट जाते हैं, लेकिन कदे कदे हासे मखौचे भी लोग कह देते हैं कि अज कोई ना चलो पाप कर लेंगे तो कल लोग वैसे भी साडे अच्छे कर्म करने नाल ये बुरे कर्म मिट जाने हैं। थोड़ा क्या विचार है?
गुरबाणी की पंक्ति है, श्लोक संस्कृत के गुरु अर्जन देव जी महाराज कहते हैं, घोर दुखियम अनेक हत्याम जन्म दरिद्रम महाविख्यातम मिटंत सकल सिमरंत हर नाम नानक जैसे पाप काष्ट भस्म क्रोध। ये श्लोक संस्कृत के विच है, ये अर्थ ने कि जे मनुख ने जीवन के विच बहुत पाप किए हैं, घोर दुखियम जीवन में बड़े दुख ने, घोर दुखियम अनेक हत्याम बहुत उन्हें हत्यावां भी कीतियां ने, घोर दुखे अनेक हत्यां जन्म दरिद्रम उहदे जन्म दे विच गरीबी है, दुख ने संताप है, घोर दुखे अनेक हत्यां जन्म दरिद्रम महाविख्यातम जीवन दुखां नाल भरिया होया। ते गुरु साहिब कहते हैं मिटंत सगल सिमरंत हर नाम नानक, के परमात्मा का नाम जपण दे नाल सारे दुख दूर हो जाते, सर्व रोग का औखद नाम जैसे पावक काष्ट भस्म क्रोध। उदाहरण दी कि जिवें अग जी है लकड़ा को सुहा कर देती है, इस तरह परमात्मा का नाम किए हुए कर्मां को साड़ देता है। तो फिर असीं कहते हैं कि जीवन हले बेराब है, पहला असीं अपने मन की मर्जी अनुसार जितना मर्जी कर लीए, पर गुरु साहिब कहते हैं कि जीवन का कोई भरोसा नहीं है कि गंगा गोविंद गुण रहो सास सास जब नीत कहाँ विश्वासा देगा विलंब न करोगे। की पता है अगले श्वास का तो असीं उठिए कि ना हो, जीवन होवे कि ना हो। सो ये जो साडा जीवन है कर्मा संदरा खेत है, जो असीं कर्म करते हैं जेहा बीज है सो लुणे कर्मा संदरा खेत। दंदे दोष ना दिओ किसी दोष कर्मा अपने, जो मैं किया सो मैं पाया दोष न बीज अगले। सो परमात्मा का नाम जपण दे नाल पुराने कीते कर्म दूर हो जाते हैं।
बहुत कहना चाहिए। Just you spoke about your own personal journey in terms of what the youth experience,
is through Sikhi. My question to you then is, when you sought answers related to Sikhi, number one, where did you seek them? And do you feel that the places where you sought those questions, the answers to those questions, did you find the right answers? Especially considering today's day and age where we live in an age of artificial intelligence, do you feel that there is enough information available out there? Did it help you on your journey? How did you seek it, and did you find the right answers?
I think that's an excellent question. With most of the youth faces like, may a question put here, will I be able to get the right answer? And I think if you look all around, you can always ask them, do we question it? Because they learn it. We have learned scholars amongst us as well. We have, Mr. Rupra, Govind, we even have, Gurveen Kaursira. They have such profound knowledge that, when you ask them such questions, you will be heading a step in the right direction. And when you talk about artificial intelligence, I think it helps most of us. We have apps on our fingertips. So, actually on the top, problems, he'll always give you an answer. Through Hukamnama, you'll always get an answer at the end of the day. So that's the number one place to get your answers from. And then you have our apps, you have websites that give you the meanings of the Hukamnama. They tell you what is Gurbani telling you, what message or what answer you're getting through Gurbani. So I think if you just look at the right places, you will get the right answers.
Thank you very much, Iskar. Ajit Singh, I read something very interesting which Govind Paji had presented on his during his talk. He said 27% of exposed youth feel that they don't have any influence of Sikh values in their daily life. Because you spoke so extensively about Sikh values, what do you think in terms of beyond the values? What do you think your perspective, or the Gurmat perspective, on a holistic living for a Sikh should look like?
Obviously, so maybe I'd like to take help from Guru Nanak Gurmat in an answer who says, Jio Nirmal Baro Nirmal. Practicing Sikhi, our values from inside is one thing, but looking like Sikhs from the outside is also equally important, I feel. So going beyond the values or the virtues or the principles that we've spoken about, I think looking like a Sikh from the outside, why they're important, I don't need to repeat them. Govind Singh spoke about Amrit Chakra. So I think all these are as important as becoming a good Sikh from the inside.
Thank you very much, Paji. Just back to you, because during the skit, a lot of the youngsters talked about feeling judged, and that's why they're leaving Sikhi not necessarily because of the values and the culture and the essence of Sikhi, but they feel judged. How did you deal with that as a youngster?
Well, I think as a speaker mentioned today, when we have judgment, that's because usually there's comparison with someone. You feel judged because maybe you're not at the same level as someone. Maybe you don't have that much knowledge as someone. And you feel, acha main karta, so I can't do this. But I think that's when the values come into it, the Sikhi ethos and values. You have compassion, you have nimarta. So when you have, for example, nimarta, then you will be able to go anywhere and you'll be open to learning. You'll be open to, acha, now what do I have to do to learn the next thing? What do I have to do to not be in that judging position?
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a question from the online forum. जी मैं थोड़ा पूछना चाहूँगा कि दसम पानी बारे गुरसिखां विच काफ़ी गलबात चल रही है। किसी ने पूछा कि उन्होंने कन्फ्यूजन ये है कि उन्होंने इस बारे इस उत्ते बिलीव रखनी चाहिए कि नहीं रखनी चाहिए। ਗੁਰਮਤਿ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੋਗੇ ਦਸਵਾਂ ਬਾਣੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਸਰਲ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਜੀ?
ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਵੀ ਜੋ ਸੰਗਤ 'ਚ ਦਾਸ ਕਥਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਵਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਸ਼ਮ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੋਤੀ ਜੋਤ ਸਮਾ ਗਏ ਸਨ 1708 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਫਿਰ ਭਾਈ ਮਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦਮਦਮਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦਸਵੀਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਇਕੱਤਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਇਕੱਤਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਤਿਆਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਦਸ਼ਮ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ, ਦਸ਼ਮ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦਾ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ। ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਦਸ਼ਮ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਬਾਰੇ, ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਮਾਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਸਿੱਖ ਪੰਥ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋ ਰਾਏ ਨੇ। ਕਈ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਦੀ, ਤੇ ਕਈ ਐਸੇ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਜਾਂ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਬਾਣੀ ਕਵੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਰਾਮਾ ਅਵਤਾਰ, ਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨਾ ਅਵਤਾਰ, ਐਸਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੰਨਣਾ ਜੋ ਸਿੱਖ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਨੇ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਪ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਹੈ, ਪ੍ਰਥਮ ਜਾਪ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਹੈ, ਸਵੇਰੇ 24 ਜੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਰੋਜ਼ਾਨਾ ਪਾਠ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਾਪ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਢੁਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਬਾਣੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹੀਏ, ਪਰ ਸਿੱਖ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੀ ਵਿਦਵਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਵਧਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਜਾਂ ਗਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਦਾ ਪਾਠ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਗੀਤਾ ਵੀ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੇ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਦਸ਼ਮ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਵਾਚ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਹਦੀ ਖੋਜ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਨੂੰ, ਪਰ ਅਖੀਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜੋ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਹੁਕਮ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਅਖੀਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਦੇੜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਕਿ ਆਗਿਆ ਭਈਆ ਕਾਲ ਕੀ ਤਬੇ ਚਲਾਇਓ ਪੰਥ ਸਭ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਕੋ ਹੁਕਮ ਹੈ, ਗੁਰੂ ਮਾਨੇ ਬੜਾ, ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖੇ ਕਿ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਸ਼ਮ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਹੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਵੇਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਾਈ ਮਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਗਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਵਾਧੇ ਲਈ ਦਸ਼ਮ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਵੀ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਪਰ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਅਕੀਦਤ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਣੀ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲ ਦੇਣੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਣਾ ਹੈ ਗੁਰੂ।
ਜੀ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਜੀ। Govind Singh, before I wind up, just one other question that has come on the online portal, and I kindly request you to answer this, is there any significance of manifestation? The question is in religion and spirituality, but we need to answer it in context of Sikhi.
So, manifestation in relation to Sikhi. So I think firstly we need to understand that the Bani in Guru Granth Sahib Ji, we refer to it as part. The word part means lesson. The prayer we have in Guru Granth in Sikhi is called Ardas, where you are free to say or ask for anything you want. So this thing of manifestation is that jada si job karte hain, let's say shabad okay kadina dekhe. So you keep repeating that again and again. What you're doing is you're doing an affirmation, and it's not really manifestation, because what happens is Guru Prasad karte hain. Jada Guru Prasad karte hain, because you are now studying ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦਾ, ਉਸ ਬਾਣੀ ਦਾ, ਉਸ ਪਾਠ ਉਸ ਅਭਿਆਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਫਿਰ ਜੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰਸੰਨ ਹੋਣ, then they will allow that to come into life. So us saying that we can manifest certain things is us coming into manna कि ਅਸੀਂ कुछ कर सकते हैं, पर गुरबानी अनुसार हम किया, हम कहेंगे, हम मूर्ख गवा, ਅਸੀਂ कुछ नहीं कर सकते. So there is nothing that we can say कि ਅਸੀਂ कुछ करवा सकते हैं, क्योंकि सारा कुछ हुक्म दे रही है, हुक्म है अंदर सब को, बाहर हुक्म ना कोई. So this thing of manifestation, I think, is maybe somewhat it's misleading us, but the points are there. So the idea is to do a job and to allow that job to come into your life, because job doesn't mean you repeat 100,000 times, for example. Job means what you recite, your mind absorbs it, and then it becomes a part of your life. then we can say yes, this is called manifestation. But Guru di kirpa to bagair kuch ho ही नहीं सकता. So that's why जो भी ऐसे जाप करते हैं, फिर ऐसे जाके चोलियां अट के गुरु साहब पास अरदास करते हैं कि महाराज कृपा करो. औखा समा आने साढ़े को कि महाराज आप जो चिंता तस्वीर हैं जाप पेट करते हैं. Again, we can't think that the more I recite, the more I will receive. कई बार तुसी ना एक बार ही जाप कर सकते हो ते मां जो एक जाप करवाना. कई बार असी 1.25 लाख जाप कर सकते हैं पर सतगुरु नूं परवान नहीं है. So we are all at the mercy of the Satguru.
Thank you very much, Baji. And just keeping time in consideration, I see there are no further questions on the portal. And what I would like to request, जो आज दा मूल लफ्ज़ है, जो आज दी प्रोग्राम दी थीम्स की खोज, उसके बारे तुसी जो अपनी जीवनी जो जा गुरबत अनुसार बहुत सरल तरीके ना 2 मिनट ले या 1 मिनट ले कुछ अपने विचार साझे करो संगत ना. After which we will then close the session. I could start with Kuljit Baji and then we can go back to Govind Singh. So Kuljit Baji.
Thank you, Baji. So, खोज दी जब गल करें, we need to keep it very brief. I think it's pretty obvious. ਆਪਾਂ खुद कितना उद्यम करना. You know, ਆਪਾਂ काफ़ी वारी जिदा के questions अपने नू पूछे जाते हैं कि आह मेरे से क्यों जरूरी है, मैंने आंसर्स चाहिए हैं, मैंने दसो कि मैं दस्तार क्यों बनना, मैंने दसो कि मैं आफलानी चीज़ क्यों करा. I think अपन जो question पूछना चाहिए is to our own selves कि मैं कितनी खोज करके वो सवालों के जवाब लभन की ट्राई करा. एंड जिदा मैं पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस की गल करा कि सारा कुछ जो भी है वो गुरु कृपा ही है. एंड जो भी आप खोज रहे हैं वो भी अपन गुरु साहब की मत देंगे, जो जवाब मिल रहे हैं वो भी अपन गुरु दीजे कृपा हो गए तो ही अपन जवाब मिलते हैं. पर अपना काम उद्यम करना खोज करना.
I think again talking on the topic of khoj, that means search. I think in today's time what Sikhi generally needs is more unity and more belief in Guruji, ya sade Vaiguruji hai ya sade traditions, sade principles hai. And I think, you know, even reiterating of what I said in my speech, you know, when we regularly come to the Gurudwara, you know, jadoo Gurudwara avange ek line Gurudwara di ta sunange, ek baar ta Vaiguru bolange na, it will be a step in the right direction. So but Vaiguruji ne apna path aap hi bana dena. So I think that's what we need to take from, I think, today's session as well, to try and do more steps or more actions in the right path, come to the Gurudwara more. You know, if you're in a state of a dilemma, then talk to the learned scholars, talk to the Gyamijis, and I think then we will be reaching somewhere then.
दास मैं एक घटना जी नाल छोटी साझी करनी चाहता हाँ कि मैं एक बार जो 92 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਾ ਦੂਖਨਿਵਾਰਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਸੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਮਸਕੀਨ ਕਥਾ ਕਰਨ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕ ਕੇ ਬੈਠ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਥਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ. ਤੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਵੀ ਉਮਰ ਉਦੋਂ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 22 ਸਾਲ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਇਆ ਕਿ ਗਿਆਨੀ ਸੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਸਕੀਨ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਅੱਜ ਮੌਕਾ ਬਣਿਆ, ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਸਮਾਂ ਬਣੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕਣਾ. ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕਿਆ, ਗਿਆਨੀ ਸੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਸਕੀਨ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਬੈਠ ਗਿਆ. ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਥਾ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਥਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਉਪਜੇ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਕਹਿ ਮਾਹੇ ਸਮਾਏ ਜੀ ਜਨ ਸਭ ਕਸਮ ਕੇ ਕੌਣ ਕੀਮਤ ਪਾਏ. ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਜੀਂਦੇ ਜਾਗਦੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੌਣ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਏ ਹਾਂ, ਕੀ ਕਰਨ ਆਏ ਹਾਂ. ਇਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਚਾਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੀਵਨ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਕਿਰਤੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਮੁੱਲਵਾਨ ਹੈ. ਜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਉਦਾਹਰਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜੀਵਨ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਜ਼ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਵਜਾਉਣਾ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਵਜਾਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸੁਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਰਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ. ਕਬੀਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਉਂ ਹਮ ਜੰਤ ਵਜਾਉਂਦੇ ਟੂਟ टूट गई सवतार जंत विचारा क्या करे चले बजावन हार जिवें साज करना सुच करना पैंदा है उस जीवन में भी सुच करना है वो सुच करना सिखाना है सानू गुरु ने सानू दसना है कि नेत्रों मेरे हत्थों में जो धरे हल बिन अवर ना देखो कोई ये रसना तो अनरस राज रहे सो ये असी विचारना है अपने जीवन के गुरबाणी रही ये सानू जीवन क्यों मिला असी की करना है
So I think doing खोज and being a Sikh also. Sikh का मतलब है to learn. के खोज का मतलब है to learn. And Guru Sahib I think gave us this word Sikh because he knew. You see most of those who became Sikh were Punjabi. And Punjabis, I think all of us will agree, we have a sense of pride in ourselves. And I think Maharaj didn't want this pride to become ego. And so they gave us this word Sikh. And they knew that as long as this person keeps on learning, because there's so much to learn, then Asikadi, we will never claim to be Pure. Okay, Saburi Pura, Saburi Mera Pura, Pura Ka Barada, Pura Jaka Naam, Nanak Pura Paya, Pura Devan Gau. So क्योंकि असली पूरे नहीं हैं, फिर सानू खोज करने की कोई लोड़ नहीं है. The moment we stop doing खोज, then we allow this the worst of all diseases to come within us. Homeland, धीर लोग हैं. So if we don't do खोज, it will mean कि सानू पता है पढ़ने की लोड़ है, कथा सुनने की लोड़ है, पाठ करने की लोड़ है. So this thing of खोज is basically the vow that we take to prevent ego from coming within us. Because the moment ego comes in us, फिर रब नहीं है. जब हम होते, तब तू ना है. Now when there is no ego, अब तू ही मैं ना है. So our job is to erase ourselves. कि महाराज अपने कुछ हासिल नहीं किया, अपने कोई प्राप्ति नहीं की थी, ऐसे कख नहीं ऐसे कुछ नहीं. क्योंकि गुरु नानक जी के कार्य जेले सब तो नहीं है ना, महाराज उन्होंने दरगाह में कोई बख्श नहीं. So the process of doing खोज means that I'm eradicating my ego and I'm accepting that some can't be better. I'm always learning something new. So we came here and probably thought these are my perceptions or this is what I think Sikh is. But then all of us are going to leave from here and we'll be thinking on the drive back home. It's different now. It's opened up a new chapter in the Pandora's box. So I think being a Koji means just being Sikh.
Thank you very much, Gopal. I think we have summarized very well the topic of today, which basically is that regardless of everything, as an individual journey, the responsibility of doing the research, of doing the coach, rests with the individual. And that then enhances your personal journey towards Sikhi, towards your own journey towards what Govind Bhatt was talking about earlier, is to go back to the one. So with that, I'd like to thank all the panel members very, very much, and I'd like to especially thank everybody sitting in the hall for all your patience. I'd like to hand over back to Harleen and kindly request her to come on stage for the next part of the program. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you. We now need to complete the program with formalities, and I believe all the appreciation gifts are ready. As the chairs come off, I just want to remind you on your pamphlet, there is a QR code at the back. That code is very important. Take your time to fill out. We would like feedback because I believe this is the first of many programs yet to come. So let's begin with the appreciation, and for this I will call upon several dignitaries who are in the room. And to begin with, I'd like to call the Vice President of EARB, Mr. Ramgarhia Singh, the General Secretary, Mr. Kamaljeet Sira, the Ramgarhia Youth Association Chair, Nimran Singh Gahir, and Mr. Bobby Son of Baba Ishar Singh, to please come up on stage and to give the appreciation to the speaker, Mr. Kuljeet Singh Rupra. If you could come back and take your hand. I've just been informed that Kuljit is also the secretary of the Gurudwara in Kisumu. Thank you so much. Next up, to appreciate Govind Singh, I'd like to call Jaswinder Singh Karyal of Sikh Council of Africa, Dr. Ravi Singh Matharu, the Vice Chair of Sikh Council, Harjot Singh, the Vice Chair of Ramgarhia Youth Association, and Manraj Singh. Satnam Sira and Hardeep Singh Son to please come up on stage and appreciate Amit Pal Singh. Singh Matharu, Parminder Singh Sethi, Tejveer Sira and Avraj Sira to give appreciation to Gyani Ji Ravinder Singh. And Silvan Diogan. Next, I'd like to call Mrs. Ratan Kaur Chana, Surinder Kaur Khalsa, Ishmeet Kaur Matharu to give appreciation to Jaskiran. Let's have a big round of applause. I'd like all the children who participated in the skit to be ready to get their appreciation. All the children who participated in the skit, please be ready to get your certificate and to give that certificate. I think it's only fair that our speakers, Kuljit, Govind, Jaskiran, Gyani Ji, I think you should also be up here with the children. As Sonia Kaur, Rajbans, please come up. I think you should be a part of that. and Harjot Singh, who handled the skit and the children. Let's have a group photo of all of you. All the children who participated in the skit with Harjot Singh, Sonia, who's in charge of the Pathshala, and the speakers. Yani ji, please come. Let's have a group photo with all of you and the kids. I have Sukhmani Kaur, Devwar Singh, Khushi Kaur, Harinder Singh, Sanmeet Kaur, Anand Singh, and Sanya Sohi. I'll give you your certificates accordingly. Sonia, maybe you can be the custodian. Have a group picture. Come a little closer. At the same time, stay on stage. I'd like a final group photo with East Africa Ramgarhia Board. Vice President, please come up. Himit from RYA. Mr. Kamaljeet Sriya, please come up. Gulsharan Singh and Dr. Ravi Mathar, please come back. Dr. Girial, please come up as well. I think we should have a group photo. And Mr. Hardeep Sond, please come back up. Let's have a group photo with the speakers. Mr. Sukhvinder Sagar from South Sikhi, please to see me out. How can we forget our chief guest, Sardarni Mangi Sond, please come up, and also Mr. Bobby Sond. And we can't forget Sunday program Jalal Uncle Ji, Mr. Amarjit Singh Bala, please, let's have a group photo. सारे का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
There's one person we've forgotten to appreciate, or rather she was on the mic so we couldn't appreciate her. I'd like to call on stage Ish, Tina, Jaskiran, Nishma. Please come and give or appreciate her name for us. the President, Surendra Singh Sira, and the entire Governing Council for their support. Thank you for being the backbone of RYA and for the constant support, guidance and encouragement you provide behind the scenes. Many of the opportunities we have as a team and many of the programs we are able to deliver, such as today, is possible because of your dedication, commitment and willingness to support us at every step of the way. The belief in the youth and your trust in the team, I think your readiness to help wherever possible, does not go unnoticed, so thank you. Second, a sincere thank you to our chief guest for today and family, Sardar Mandeep Kaur Song and the entire family. When approached, I think you graciously accepted our invitation without any hesitation. Your presence today has truly elevated this event and we are deeply grateful for your support and encouragement. Now, my colleagues, where are they? A special thank you to our entire RYA team. I am not sure half them are outside, half are inside, half are at the back. They're all supposed to be wearing blue tags. If they're not, they're tired. But thank you to the entire team. I think they've worked extremely hard to put this together. A special thank you to Jaskiran, our convener for this event. I think you've outdone yourself today, so well done. Some of this stuff, we assume it happens by magic, but it doesn't. So, but I know there was countless meetings, phone calls, arguments, we were fighting, but we finally put it together. So thank you to the entire team. To Harleen, still in the room, thank you very much for coming. She always comes through whenever you call her, even with short notice. So Harleen, thank you very much. And everyone, to our moderator. He has been thanked, but Mr. Amitpal Singh, we thank you again for keeping the discussion smoothly flowing, ensuring we stayed on track. And moderating is not easy, but when speakers are passionate and the audience is fully engaged and there's so many controversies in our minds, it's always a hard thing to moderate, so thank you very much. To the entire speakers, all four of you, I'm not going to mention my name, but you were all outstanding. I think one after the other we heard a very inspiring story from each and every one of you. I know I'm inspired. I learned a lot today, so I'm very grateful myself. But if it wasn't for you, I don't think some of these things would be as clear as they are now. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. A huge round of applause for the Guru Nanak Gurmat Pathshala team for co-hosting the event with us. They did an excellent job. All the children who participated in the skit, all the children who also participated in all the activities, the ones that you can see at the back, and the Shabbat. Thank you very much to the whole school for assisting today. Sonia, a special thank you to you, to your entire team. We also extend our sincere gratitude to Shri Gurudwara Ramgarhia Railway South Sea, the chairman Mr. Kuldeep Singh Yogan and vice chairman Mr. Supinder Singh Sahu for accommodating the guests and facilitating today's program. We are very grateful for your hospitality and support. It has been invaluable, so thank you very much. All other Gurdwaras that supported us today, you heard the Sangat has come from all over Nairobi, so we are very grateful to each Gurdwara that participated today, and also the ones that took part in the initial survey. So take our thank yous back as you go back. We would also like to appreciate the ladies for helping out with the lovely food. There are ladies working behind the scenes. Hardeep Mataru, Ritu Kundi, I think they're still in the kitchen. Deep Sira, Mona Hunjan, Vajit Kaur, Gahir, and all the entire kitchen staff. I think they've done an excellent job. You will see this as you go out. So thank you to them. Finally, to every single attendee, I know some of you have left, but we are very grateful for those who traveled, especially from far and near. Without your presence, I think the point of this is null and void. So thank you very much. Today would not have been possible without each and every attendee. A special thank you to the youth that came out today, because this was for you more than anybody else. So thank you very much. Before I conclude, I have one story worth 1 minute, because I'm keeping it between you and team. So a young boy once asked his grandfather, why do I need to keep coming to Gurdwara? I don't understand anything they say. Sometimes I have to figure it out and do guesswork. His grandfather smiled, handed him a basket, and asked him, fetch some water from a nearby river. The boy tried several times. So every time he goes, he returns, the He's filled water. As he comes back, the bowl is empty. So he asked his grandfather, why are you wasting my time? I keep going with this bowl. Every time I come back, the bowl is empty because the bowl had some holes in it. Frustrated, he kept asking himself, what is the point? His grandfather said, maybe not a good thing, but look at the basket now. So the basket, which had been dirty initially, filthy, full of holes, was now completely clean, absolutely immaculately clean. His grandfather said, sometimes we may not remember every word we hear, every shovel we listen to, or every lesson we learn, like today. But every time we come to the Gurudwara, spend time in Sangat and connect with Guru Sahib. Something inside us is being cleaned and shaped. Story reminds us that every visit matters. Visit to the Sangat, visit to do Seva, visit to come to the Gurudwara. The Gurudwara is not just a building which we visit when our parents force us on a Sunday morning, or there's nice langar, or you know whose program it is and you know you're going to get a good feed. It's a place where we learn who we are, where we find guidance, friendships, purpose and a connection, most importantly with Guru Sahib. If today's event has answered one question, sparked one conversation, or encouraged even one young person here to come back to Gurudwara more often, then we have achieved something meaningful. May we continue creating spaces where our youth is welcomed, not judged, questions are encouraged, where Sikhi is understood, not as something complicated but as a beautiful way of life. I have forgotten to thank the most important person in the room. I thank Babaji for his grace for today, and thank you all for attending. With that, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.